Okay, we are back on. And that was a good appetizer. We got dinner here in 2.5 hours. So, Member Carey, Vice Chair Carey, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 5.16. Feels like day 3, but this is 5.16, a rule R277-101, public participation in Utah State Board of Education meetings. And this is a motion. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-101, public participation in Utah State Board of Education meetings, draft 1 on second and final reading. And I would also like to speak to the motion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's my understanding, just from talking with staff, that these changes were recommended based on changes to the Open Public Meetings Act. And I guess I have two primary concerns about not the way the language is constructed, but maybe two additions we could consider as a board, and I'll make the appropriate motion, the amendment to the motion that's on the floor. And that is that I don't want to come across as I guess a Luddite or someone that's anti-technology, but I do believe that as a body, we are not quite prepared to make the leap into all virtual meetings. And Exhibit A would be the virtual aspect of today's meeting, which has been just difficult to navigate. And that's just technology. The legislature, they have the staff and the money to address these things in real time. We simply don't. So one, I would just like to ask, with the chair's permission, Director Rasmussen, if there's anything that's changed in this rule that would prevent our board from having an in-person option for every board meeting and every standing committee meeting, with the chair's permission.
Yes, could I just ask a quick point of clarity, I guess. Did you move draft 1 or draft 2? Draft 1 of the committee?
It says draft 2.
So draft 2 is board member Earls. Draft 1 is what came out of committee, correct? So draft 1 came out of committee. I wasn't sure if you meant to move draft 2.
It should, I guess it should be draft 1 that we move.
Yeah, and then
Got it.
Yep.
the motion for draft
Yep.
2.
All right. So
I just want to make sure we're accurate.
Yep, thank you.
there was a question for Director Rasmussen then, I think.
It's, yeah. Yes, but we have to make, the motion that came out of committee is the one we have to go with, and then I have to make a substitute motion. Right, so we're accurate on that. Is that right, Joe?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Should I place that?
Well, there was a question, I guess, first, but I have you in line.
Yeah.
There was a question for Director Rasmussen,
Okay.
and then we got Vice Chair Earl in line for a motion. I think, was it the question to Ben?
Yes.
Okay.
So the question was whether there's anything that's changed with the law that requires us to have an anchor location, or did I, well,
Correct. My concern is I want to make sure that there is an anchor location for every board meeting and every standing.
so we just checked 52.4.207, and any meeting that requires the subject to open meetings laws, if you're doing an electronic meeting, you do have to have an anchor location unless there's a health or safety emergency.
Okay, thank you.
But committee meetings, as Deputy Superintendent Stalling is pointing out, are not so subject to open meetings. So that would be something that you would change in the bylaws if you wanted an anchor location requirement for a committee meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I'd make a substitute motion that we substitute draft 2 of R277-101, public participation in Utah State Board of Education meetings.
Is there a second?
I have a point of information, Chair.
It's been seconded by Vice Chair Hart. Yes, Member Carey.
When I received the packet, that particular draft wasn't there. Do we know when that was added to the packet?
A couple of days ago.
Okay. It was added yesterday? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Earl,
Yeah,
that's
I
been
just-
seconded. Back to you to speak to the
Yeah, I'll
motion.
just speak to this. This is the language that's in here on 7 is the language that the legislature uses both in the House and in the Senate. And just two things we took out, you can eat, they have a provision in there that you can't really have food and eat in theirs. We took that out because we know that's not the case here, right? As we're all still finishing up our meals. A little different. And then also they have their sergeant of arms, and so it would be here law enforcement or law enforcement. And so it would be, you know, the building security or law enforcement. So in that it aligns with the provisions that they have for their kind of code of ethics or order and decorum. And then also on line 64, it removes it removes that at the discretion of the chair, a member of the public may request a comment in the meeting by raising their hand. So in our committee meetings, just by someone raising their hand, that would do public comment instead. It still allows for the chair, that the chair may invite additional comments to the board or committee at the board's discretion. So it allows that to take place by invitation, but not necessarily by someone just raising their hand in a committee meeting. So I just think it creates greater order, and it kind of puts into play what we have in practice already, what we've been adhering to, or at least that's been the experience. So.
Okay, Member Bogus has a hand up, and then Member Lear. And okay, I'm out of order here.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Member Bogus, go ahead.
I'm talking, sir. Can you hear me?
Can now. We got you now.
Awesome. Thank you. So as I look at draft 2 here, this really seems to be more of a suppression of the First Amendment than anything. And that causes me great concern, because we are in a public meeting, and some of these things, they're hard to disagree with on their face. But when you look at the overarching element, which is they're ill-defined, and it's the lack of definition and clarity that caused them to really infringe upon the First Amendment rights of the public. And so without defining things, I can't support something like this. It might be in other spaces and places, but we have seen those spaces and places become very tenuous because of First Amendment violations. And so I would just put that out there and let's discuss it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Vice Chair Earl has a
I can
response.
speak to that a little bit, and for that very case, these are words that legally have something binding to them that do restrict on the First Amendment. You're right, because of the nature of it. But when you talk about fighting words, I mean, if we had to define things, we could. But these are based on legal rulings. Insulting or provocative words, especially of an ethnic, racial, or sexist nature. Imminent lawless action, insulting or provocative words. Oh, whoops! I duplicated that. Among the I duplicated it twice. Sorry, I had my other definition there. Not sure where I duplicated two of them. They're the same, but I do. These are already within legal parameters that allow for restrictions, and so which creates the safety and the well-being with those within there. It doesn't restrict the ability to disagree or the ability to engage, but it does restrict the type of ones that you know are imminent lawlessness. Action is the word. Fighting words or obscenity. Those are just, I think, common decency within our society, not necessarily a restriction. It still allows for disagreements and other provisions, but also allows for order. So.
Okay, who do we have next? Member Hymas.
Yeah, just excuse me, quick yes or no question to the maker of the motion. Does this still adopt all of the amendments made in that came out of committee? No changes there, no undoings?
No, it's just in addition to. This would be like an amendment, but it's just a substitute draft. So.
Member Lear.
For the motion too, if
Yes.
that's okay. You said in your comments, Jenny, that what is crossed out is repeated, is just repetitious. And are you thinking that 6 is the repetition?
5, the chair may
5.
invite additional comment. All presenters, there's several provisions, but 5 I think would be that. And when I say duplication, it's not the same, right? Someone just raising their hand in the middle of a meeting you know, instead of maybe indicating to the chair or something that, you know, it would be chair's discretion, not just someone, you know, raising their hand in a meeting to speak.
Would you consider it an acceptable amendment to say the chair may allow additional comment to the board or a committee at the chair's discretion?
Sure.
or
Yeah.
Something?
Yeah.
I,
Instead of invite, is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
yes, just
I-
so that if then somebody signals that she has a
Absolutely.
comment and then the chair may decide if that's
So you're
appropriate.
you're asking the chair may allow additional comment? That's what you wanted to change to?
That was just the word that popped into my.
I think that's completely appropriate because it allows both of those things to take place if someone chooses.
If someone could, we could assume that would be a signal to the chair either by raising his hand or, okay. If you would,
What?
if you didn't, I'd like that better if you would include that.
Oh, sorry, that's
59.
line 59.
No,
59.
59. She's
Well,
adding,
that's, let's see.
she's adding it to her motion.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
they have to
a
be-
friendly amendment to the substitute motion.
Right. She's
Unless
adding it,
there's-
willing to
Unless
add
there's
it to her
objection. So the proposal is on line 59 to change invite to allow. Any objection? Okay, we'll consider
motion. I'd
that.
say as opposed to at the chair's discretion it feels better to me, but that's no biggie.
Is that a friendly?
Yeah, I mean, I
Any-
think that's probably a technical or,
Nonsense.
Any objection to that? Okay. All right,
Thanks.
so we've got those two in. Invite turns to allow, in change to at. All right, so further discussion to them, let's see, we are on member Carey and member Reel.
Thank you, Chair. This is a horrible draft. As I'm reading it, and it's no wonder it was preserved until yesterday to reveal. But I guess a lot of concern, starting with, there's no standard. It says that, well, the chair can remove somebody for standing. Well, for standing, for waving, clapping, loud noises. Randy, you better watch out. It says musical instruments. Any item that may require excessive cleanup. None of this is defined in this. I don't know who drafted this, but this is
This is the legislature.
no, but we don't define any of this for us. And what it does is it empowers board leadership, it empowers the chairs of committees to silence anyone for any of these things, with the only standard being they deem it necessary. That's dangerous in terms of it's so subjective regarding when does a wave become something that is disruptive versus innocuous, or when does clapping cross that line. And then it says here, I guess it's line 82 and 83, it says, look, we can really do anything we want because, and this is a quote, any item the chair deems necessary to the extent needed to preserve order and decorum. So we're not even talking now about safety. Now it's the appearance of safety that becomes the standard for silencing someone's conduct or speech. I'm actually stunned.
So I had no role in this, but I understand this was taken, lifted in toto from legislative rule. Is that, let me just get clarification on where this is coming
yeah,
from.
that came
'cause
from both the House.
Obviously, it's up for
Yeah.
consideration by our body, having been moved to adopt here, but.
House and Senate,
That's true.
it's the same for both of those, that this is the decorum and order put before us to consider.
Well,
So-
point of information. Who is this your draft, Jenny?
This is my draft, yes. That's what it says on there.
And, oh, I don't have it because it wasn't provided in the records that I received. I'm looking at it now for the first time and am truly trying to understand it. In point of information, has there been a litany of complaints and problems in committees? I don't see it in law and licensing, but maybe in standards and assessments, audit and finance, there's absolute chaos with clapping and musical instruments. I haven't seen it in law and licensing. I don't know what the impetus for this is other than we want to preserve the option to shut you up and to kick you out if you start to break decorum. I could almost agree with the argument that if there's violence involved, then okay, but oh, okay, because I'm trying to talk and then hearing you this echo, it's like so that's my concern, and again, if there is this litany of problems in other committees, please share those with me. But again, this seems like a preemptive strike on people's conduct and on people's speech, and it truly doesn't have a role here at what should be an institution dedicated to protecting those things. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Carey, or Vice Chair, whatever. Where are we? Are we in long? You're still Vice Chair. I try to get the right hat for the right occasion. Yeah, I mean, I played no part in this, and every time something comes up that authorizes the chair to do something, I got to make clear it's not at my request. I won't be in this position forever. Whoever is in this chair, obviously this applies to. But my understanding is this was taken from legislative rule, which I don't know the whole legislative history, but they, like us, are dedicated to deliberation and First Amendment. So I think this is wide open for, hang on, I think this is wide open. My understanding is it has been taken in total from there and put here from a similar institution dedicated to similar ideals. But if folks have amendments, concerns, I think it's wide open to that. So like you, I saw this a couple days ago when it first hit back up. So this is not me trying to say, hey, let's give me some power. I think Vice Chair Earl looked at the legislature and said, okay, I'm guessing here, but that's my understanding. So it's not hatched in the back room by leadership. It was taken from another body that did their own presumably deliberation. But here we are, and folks can criticize, change, amend, whatever we like. So I just want to make clear that part of it. I had no part or interest in this, but as the chair, let's go to Member Davis.
I thought I was next.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Reel.
Sorry.
I'm being misdirected.
Thanks, Chair. I really appreciate this draft and I appreciate these amendments. I sit on, now I'm going to sound like Member Lear bragging, but I sit on a couple boards on the municipal level. I sit on 2 Salt Lake County boards and I sit on a Salt Lake City board. And when I was elected to this board, I was so surprised that there weren't any decorum guidelines on a state level. And I think that these are really important. I think that they keep decorum. I do not think they take away anyone's rights to speak publicly, but they allow for us to have civil meetings that are no one, like, for example, clapping is something that generally at most public meetings, on board meetings or in public committee meetings, it's not allowed, right? And we hear that every time. If you watch any public meeting, there's no clapping allowed. We don't have anything like that to back it up. And so whoever sits in this chair position, if they for some reason feel like the safety, the integrity, the individual attacks, whatever is happening, and they don't have any way to back up the reason why they are asking this public speaker to back away from what they're saying or calm down or stop making noise or distracting or disrupting our public meetings, that puts all of us in a bad position because we're all sitting here without any way to stop something that could be potentially dangerous. And unfortunately, school board meetings have become increasingly popular, but also fortunately, I guess. And I think it's really important we have some sort of something here that we can rely on and back our entire body up with when those sort of instances happen. And we've seen it happen in our board meetings since I've been elected to this position. So I am grateful. I'm in full support. Maybe there's some amendments we can make, but I think this is really important and something that I'm honestly shocked we didn't have before.
Okay, Member Davis and then Member Klein. Davis, Klein, and Bogus.
Just a question, Chair. Do you already have the authority to do, I mean, if you're chairing a meeting, you can and have a responsibility to do this if you deem something to be either unsafe or preventing people from hearing the speaker or the or whatever. I mean, you can do that. I think to use something like the legislature uses is okay to give people kind of a common understanding. We want to be able to hear, we want to have order. But if we ever have a chair that's just throwing people out for, doing things that are reasonable, that aren't distracting the meeting, man, we got big fish to fry. But this seems like there would have to be some judgment on the part of the chair, which you already have to have anyway. But this just kind of helps people understand who are looking. Look, we want to have stay in your seats, don't clap, come and say what you need to say, and don't tell people to fight each other in the parking lot. I mean, that sounds like what this seems like to me, but I could be misunderstanding. But do you already have that authority still to do this? Except for in the case of the reading the pornographic books that we need to have allowed to be read to 3-year-olds listening online?
I have to admit I haven't reviewed lately. I think for public safety reasons and such, but this kind of goes to decorum. I think the only part that goes to speech is, imminent lawless action, fighting words, or obscenity, which I know, come from First Amendment law. Those are narrow exceptions that are allowed. So I would think that would be allowed already, but I can't recall specifically what's in there. I think this seems to me to go into some decorum areas of putting notice out that probably aren't in there. Anybody else? I apologize that I haven't looked that up. I haven't been looking for a reason to lock folks up, but so I forgot my authority. No, I mean, anybody know what the scope is currently? I think you're inherently able to preserve public order and safety, but I don't know beyond that. Remember, let's see, did I skip anybody? Member Klein. Unless somebody else has an answer to that, does somebody have a better answer than mine about the current authority of either a committee chair or the board chair to? I know in Robert's rules there's some discretion to preserve order, but I don't think it's very detailed, if I recall. First Amendment law is pretty detailed, and this seems to me at least to align with that, unless our AAG sees differently. Member Klein?
So this is from a prior public comment where it says legal counsel from the New York State School Attorneys says, quote, courts generally have held that content restrictions on speech at school board meetings are impermissible, particularly if only certain views are regulated. In other words, a board's policy and practices regarding public speech must be content neutral and not restrict speech based on a particular viewpoint. For instance, if the board president permits speakers to praise a given teacher but suppresses a speaker who criticizes the same teacher, a court could view that as not being content neutral. Board presidents should be very cautious about preventing individuals from speaking, even if they think the speech sounds slanderous, constitutes fighting words, or otherwise is an unprotected form of speech. As one who gives, and that's the end of the quote. So this is, in my opinion, just completely unnecessary and over the top. All I can think of is Mike Brown up at the legislature when the chair of a committee had him hauled out because of the shirt he was wearing. He did nothing else, but it took the chair off, and they carried him out and handcuffed him and put him down in the basement and restricted him from coming. I mean, simply because there was a chair that thought he was convinced himself he was just trying to keep order. His shirt said, we the people. That was his crime. I just think this is outrageous, and if we're going to follow that standard set by the legislature, I think it's a terrible look for us, especially considering the more we suppress speech, the angrier it makes people. It has the opposite effect. Have we not learned that yet? I'm just blown away.
Well, thank you, and I'll pass it around. I'm not sure how some other body or entity or person would, interpret we the people as imminent lawless action or fighting words or obscenity, but it seems that abuse took place from your report. So I guess I'm looking at this language and saying, would this authorize something like that? I don't know how it would. I'm sorry, Member Bogus. I'm sorry. Let's keep going through them. Member Bogus.
Yes, sir. So I actually sat here and I kind of cheered on the inside while Member Carey was speaking, and I do have some of the same questions that Member Klein has. I'm very concerned that we've allowed breaches of this decorum over and over and over again. The number of times I've heard the F-bomb thrown among board members is more than I can count on two hands. And so I'm wondering if this is kind of a passive aggressive way to address board member behavior. And if that is so, then why are we not doing that behind closed doors to eliminate that behavior? And then I would just ask, the t-shirt thing causes me consternation as well. Even clapping. I understand that while we're having a debate, maybe clapping is not appropriate, but to affirm agreement or disagreement, I think that this just, it screams authoritarianism to me, and I cannot with a clear conscience believe that I'm upholding my oath of office to vote for something such as this, regardless of where else it might be found. So I know there's two questions in there and a lot of commentary. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Hart.
So I don't think this limits speech except for the provisions. It's decorum. And decorum is not speech. And unfortunately, manners just aren't taught anymore. And to have to spell this out is really sad. I have no trouble adopting with any necessary modifications what the legislature does. In fact, I think that's wise. But decorum and speech are two different things. And I do think that we have an issue. We have meetings that go far too long and don't stick to topic, but end up veering off into areas unknown. And I think that this is reasonable. I know that there are provisions in Robert's Rules of Order, but unfortunately, in the climate that we're in, if this isn't stated, then no matter what the chair does, the chair faces trouble for it. So it's better just to state it up front so everybody knows the rules of the game and that we can proceed as necessary. Limiting speech is different than expecting decorum in a public meeting with elected officials, period.
Thank you, Member Hymas. And back to Member Klein and Green after that.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak in favor of this motion to keep these things. And the way I'm looking at this is I see this, especially Section 8, more about the audience than the speaker. You want to talk about freedom of speech, then we would say, okay, clapping, loud noises, musical instruments, these things are things, I don't imagine a speaker getting up with a musical instrument. I could see somebody in the audience start clapping in order to disrupt a public comment. I could see somebody, maybe they bring in a trombone and do the wah wah. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, of course the chair has to be able to say, hey, that's not appropriate. We have somebody who has the mic. They need to be heard in an appropriate fashion. So these things on this list, maybe I'm just looking at it differently, but I'm not looking at this as a way to silence the speaker, but have the audience remain respectful. And that's what I'm guessing is happening with, again, the legislature. I doubt they made this because they were like, what kind of control and authority can we usurp here, right? Rather, what can we do to allow an efficient meeting where the speaker can be heard get all of their things done. And, you know, we talk about clapping. We've had clapping that has probably sent our public comment, you know, whether it's minutes or seconds, just has taken longer because of clapping. And it's like, and again, I've heard Chair Moss, we've all heard him. Folks, please, let's hold our applause. We've got a lot to get through, right? We only have a certain amount of time to do this. Let's hold our applause. There's nothing wrong with that. So, again, I'm for this. I don't think that the legislature got this wrong. I think that we are, especially now that we're a partisan elected body, we need to kind of look at what they were doing and why they did it and say, okay, maybe we should consider some of these things. And again, not necessarily to silence a speaker, but to have respect and decorum. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Hymas. Member Klein.
So every month you give your opening comments or your opening instructions before public comment. I don't know why that's not sufficient. And we have security here during that time if something gets out of order. But when you have things like line 71 that says prohibiting speech likely to incite, that's like pre-crime, like you're assuming what they're, or predicting what they're going to say when they haven't even said it. And you're predicting what other people, how they're going to react. The only time I've seen people get riled up in here is when they feel their speech is being suppressed. And so people will naturally respond that way when they feel like they're being shut down and not allowed to exercise their First Amendment rights. So most people abide by the request to be civil. And that doesn't mean they don't speak their mind, and we shouldn't expect them to soften what they have to say for fear it might offend or put a chill in the air. That's just not okay. I keep thinking back a few years ago when several of these board members that are here today signed a letter that Board Member Earl wrote calling out the National School Board Association, and they're working with Merrick Garland to, behind the scenes, to come down on parents who speak at school board meetings and treating them as domestic terrorists. And we were all against that then. And this, to me, looks like it could have been written by the NSBA themselves or Merrick Garland. It's just, I just think we are sometimes so blind that we can't see what we are actually doing. I had a couple of amendments that I was going to make on this rule, but considering I just think it's irredeemable, I'm going to move to table it indefinitely.
Okay. Motion is to table indefinitely. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Member Bogus? Yes. Let's see, could that be either? Member Klein, you want to clarify, are we tabling draft 2 or the item? Or is that even an option to table just one draft under consideration? I would assume it is, but I don't remember. I'm sorry to keep throwing stuff at you. Sorry? That would be the motion, would be to table the item entirely. Is that the intent, or?
Or is it draft 2? No, I think you can only do the rule itself. The agenda item is being
To table, I think that's right, it's an
The agenda
item,
item is being tabled.
a specific. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Okay, that's what I thought. Tabling is that. A more specific motion would be the one to reject, move on, whatever. So what's the intent of the motion? Is it to table the item, leaving no?
Just table the agenda item
Yeah.
indefinitely.
Okay, so that would leave whatever's currently in place for R277-101 in effect. Would not have the committee changes or draft 2 changes. Is that all clear? Okay. I think it's clear to me. All right, so that's the motion. Is there? Yeah,
Is a motion to table debatable or not?
yeah.
Oh, then I would like,
As far as I know.
I'd like to get in queue for that.
Table's debatable, I believe, right? Yeah. Pretty sure it's debatable, but let's double check. Was there a second on the motion as clarified? Okay. So the motion is to table the whole item indefinitely. That is debatable, so, Team Member Klein, you've spoken to it. We can come back to you. Others speaking to the motion to table, Member Green, Straight, and Carry. All right. Member Green, to the motion to table.
I probably just need some clarity then to understand what that means, to understand how we engage with this then. Can anybody help me there?
So it would mean that the underlying committee motion, which was in your backup as draft 1, which makes a few changes like 22, 23, talking about the categorization. There's a few changes made in the committee draft. Those would not be voted on. Member Vice Chair Earl's draft 2 would not be voted on. Instead, the item would be postponed indefinitely, and it would stick with what's underlying. Am I off here? Thank you. Not debatable. All right. Well, that was a good superfluous debate. Sorry. I thought tabling was debatable. Unlike, okay. So, motion is to table, and we need to vote. Point of, yeah, I think we can do points of information. Yeah.
Does this put us out of compliance with law?
Anybody back there? It would leave current Rule 101 in place. All right. Hey, you guys are debating. No debating allowed. There we go. All right. So just for future reference, that's where I got confused. Postponing is debatable, and that puts it to a time certain. Tabling indefinitely is not debatable. Okay. All right. So we need to debate unless there was another point of information. Sorry. Voting is open, except points of information.
Majority, or how many votes to table? Is it 10?
I think a majority is tabled.
Or is it 8? It's 10.
10 to table.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We're checking our. Hold on. It's a majority? I'm glad you guys are here. I can't do this while I talk, so thank you. So say it again, just for the everybody.
Rule 17.7 under Robert's Rules of Order requires a majority vote.
Okay. So that's not debatable. We're opening to vote.
Member Bogus is a yes.
Thank you. Member Norton? I don't see it up yet. Does anybody else? Oh, hello there. Welcome. Sorry. All right. Member Bogus was yes. I don't. Oh, did I just not? Okay. I let it go dead. All right. Let's see. We're waiting on 2. So we got everybody now, right? We're waiting. We're looking for 15. My eyes. 2 more. Oh, there we go. I don't even have a screen to vote. There you go. It's alive now. I had to do the same thing. Got to wake it up. Okay, 1 more. Waiting for 1 more. That motion fails by a vote of 12-3. The yeses being Member Green, Member Bogus, and Member Klein.
Can I speak?
So, let's see. What was? I think we had Member Straight. You want? You have to Member Straight. Okay, Member Straight. So Vice Chair Earl's motion is still on the floor, the substitute motion, draft 2, and Member Straight, you're on.
Thank you. So we still have a question out there that was posed about would we be in violation of the law? Because they said it came from the legislature, so is this a requirement or is it not? I think that
It's-
question was
so-
posed by
Go ahead.
I can.
Board Member Wood.
Yeah, it's not law, it's their rules. And I appreciate, Angie just sent me, or someone sent me, just on Robert's rules, which, like I said, I just went with the legislature stuff, but as I'm looking at Robert's rules, it allows, and I'll just read just a little bit there, the refraining from disturbing during the assembly, that there are, because that's what we accept. They have a different set of rules there when it comes to Masons, legislative something, and so they've had their own provisions. So in looking at this, I think we have the ability for that to help in the lack of disturbance within an assembly. So, and I think I appreciate, thank you for the narrative. I mean, I think sometimes it's good to get things out and look at things, but just that idea, we're trying to fix something that maybe we don't have the broken pieces to, right? And do we have the ability to do the decorum through or the refraining from disturbing the assembly? And I think as I'm looking at Robert's rules, there are those mechanisms there. So it's just something to consider. So.
Well, thank you. So in regards to that, I think of my 30 years in the classroom and putting together classroom rules and how we manage what's going on, how we manage a discussion, how we work together. Those are important. I also look around the room and realize that if we're in the Senate today, I would be in violation. But everyone else, all the other men in this room are good, but I'm in violation. Now, if Chair Moss said, you know what, we're going to make it that you wear a jacket. If you're a male member of this board, we want you to wear a jacket. I would absolutely say, okay, sure, I'll do that. I don't normally do it, but I would say, okay, I see how that can bring decorum. If you go up to our Senate when they're in session and you walk in, you can, as long as you're back behind, you don't have to have a jacket. But if you take a step onto the floor, they grab you and say, hey, would you like to have a jacket? They have some extra jackets back there, and then you can walk out there. Those are simple things, but I can say that oftentimes the very simplest of things is actually of great benefit to the whole. When you have 47th graders, which I had when you have 47th graders, you have to have some rules, you have to have some guidance. And when you fall outside of that, it's not that you're a bad person, it's not that your ability to speak is taken away. My parents always said it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. And so, I'm in favor of rules of decorum and ways in which we can keep order. And I mean, we have Robert's rules. We make a big deal to make certain we do things in the right way. And sometimes you have to have help on that. I'm not the greatest at that. So I always appreciate where I can direct the chair, how can I get this done? This is what I'm trying to do. And we work through things, but that's how we work through the order. So I appreciate what's here, and whether I think any of them are really great or really dumb or whatever, I'm just going to pass along that because I want to be a good member of this body.
Thank you, Member Straight. Member Carey.
Chair, to the extent that we have the bandwidth, I'd like to make a motion to amend the substitute motion.
Okay, that's in order.
And that motion would be that we strike, because there's several, the motion is that we strike lines 66 through 90, and then I would like to speak to the motion.
Is there a second? It's been seconded. Go ahead, Member Carey.
Yeah, there's several elements in Vice Chair Earle's draft 2 that I do support, but I am troubled by, again, the line 66 through 90 in particular, because this gives absolute discretion to the chair of any committee. the other thing is, interestingly, it takes away the discretion of the chair. If you read line 66, it says the chair shall preserve order and decorum. So the only, when the chair sees something that they perceive as being out of order or decorum, the chair doesn't even have the ability to decide whether they should do something or not. Line 66 says they shall take that action. Now, for everyone who, and I want to make this clear, I guess, for the individuals who may be listening at home, when we talk about the legislature and taking things in their rules and their guidelines, it's not apples to apples. And, you know, the legislature, they have a caucus system. They allow Democrats to caucus. They allow Republicans to caucus. But it's not enough just to say, well, they do it there, we should do it here. Because this body is different. And I think that same logic applies to this, which is, I get it, maybe they need it over there, their body's different. I think this is a step backwards, and that's why I'm making the motion to strike line 66 through 90. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion? Is your light on? Sorry, your hand's covered. Member Wood. Oh. No. Okay, Member Wood, then Member Vargas.
Okay, first I wanted to clarify my prior question was related to the tabling in terms of what changes had been made by legislature. So I wanted to clarify that. I wasn't referring to the changes made by Vice Chair Earl. Secondly, in terms of the conversation to this matter, the shall is regarding ensuring nothing obstructing a walkway, ensuring the meeting is free from audible or visual disturbances, protecting state property, prohibiting speeches that incites or produces lawless action. As you go forward, the chair may prohibit those other things. So just to clarify in what we're discussing, whether it being pulled out or not, there are differences in what one is a safety issue, the other is providing that decorum.
Thank you. Let's see, do we have other lights? Member Vargas, you were in line, right?
Yes, sir, I was. I just want some clarity before I speak. I actually have YouTube and the Zoom up because I don't have all of what you have in the room. And I'm wondering, we have a motion on the floor. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, the motion, let's see, we rejected the motion to table, so we are considering Vice Chair Earl's substitute motion, draft 2, as amended.
What, am I correct?
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
Member Carey
Let me. I'm sorry. We have Member Carey's. Sorry, guys. Member Carey's motion related to Vice Chair Earl's draft 2 is to strike line 66 to 90. That's where we are.
I would absolutely speak in support of that motion and ask that the board support that as well. I think he spoke very clearly when he said we are a different body, and the issues that we have seen have all been in an attempt to silence free speech. And it seems odd considering I have credentials in this area, but I've learned more about free speech dealing with the free speech suppression on the board than I ever did getting all my coursework in that. And so I really caution us against keeping these lines in, and I would ask the board to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Member Davis.
I think that our chair has been pretty lenient. I mean, we all had our faith and religious practices attacked today in public comment. I take that very seriously. That was difficult to listen to. I think it was not accurate, but we allowed it. And our chairs allow a lot of things. And I think we have to at some point understand there are nuances. This is not saying to just, if you disagree with what someone says, to silence them, which would be a free speech situation. This is very specific to lawless action, fighting, and obscenity. I mean, those are things that we take issue with in a variety of ways. And I think we have to remember that this is very specific to that. And even then, our chairs have been pretty nuanced in trying to give as much leeway as possible before saying, hey, we gotta curtail this.
Thank you, Member Davis. Member Green.
You know, the parts of this that concern me are what's being asked to be struck. But I think, and I just had a recent conversation about having difficult conversation. My belief is that we are in this circle to do that. We're here to carry the load of the people, the concerns, the controversies, the hard subjects. And I feel like it's hard enough to do that already, because I feel like there is like an edge of speak. There's a there's bureaucracy, there's, you know, politically correct, there's an echo chamber. All of that exists. I think that exists in any workplace or, you know, volunteer, whatever it is. That comes with every territory. But the nature of the work that we carry requires us to have difficult conversations. I fear that, for example, 82, any item that the chair deems necessary to the extent needed to preserve order and decorum. I do worry about that concept of what is decorum, because I've seen that when you bring up hard questions, the decorum goes crazy. Everybody starts buzzing, we start whispering, we start talking, and you could view that person or that specific subject as something that continues to disrupt the, quote, decorum. Who says what decorum is? If you're engaging with somebody that has the ability to argue, but you do it out of respect in a place of like, oh, maybe my voice raises a little bit higher volumes, but I'm here to hash it out till we come to some resolution, I call that positive decorum. I do design. When you redesign, you deconstruct, you pull the walls down, you make a mess, you clean it up, and you make it pretty. So maybe I'm not so scared of, you know, there has to be a mess before you fix things. And so I worry that line 82, to preserve order and decorum, my argument would be that sometimes this realm's going to get a little bit messy. And dare I say, every single person that's sitting around this table knew that they could handle that. Because it's kind of hard to do. I mean, we're carrying viewpoints from every side. And by doing that, we get to talk about it. And I don't want to see that 84, clear the physical or virtual meeting room because somebody may be speaking too loud or saying the quiet part out loud that makes us feel a little bit uncomfortable, or says out loud what is actually happening because of the laws that we're passing. That could break decorum. Recess without a meeting, that's manipulative. Just prohibiting, you know, the standing, waving, yelling, or clapping. Okay, if it's obnoxious, but I feel like if you can you know, take control of the room in other ways, but is that not feedback from the people? Should we not allow that to happen? So I obviously I'm not a fan of this. One complaint I have is it feels like every single time I ask the hard questions in maybe standards and assessment or whatever, it gets so controversial. It's like, time out. I want to ask the hard questions because I want to understand. And I think that all of us in this position have been given that duty. And so I just see this as not allowing that, because I'll tell you, if you're not, you know, if you're just doing like respectfully like verbal makeout sessions with everybody in the room, you'll never be silenced. But if you're challenging maybe some of the dialogue that's happening, you could be viewed as breaking decorum. And that's what I don't want to see happening. And I kind of think that putting this in would become a very big problem very, very quickly. So.
Okay, I just one quick comment, and then Member Lear. I was going to speak, but I know Member Lear's there. I think two things. This is my view. Okay, I just a quick comment. I think two things you mentioned: talking too loud and saying the quiet part out loud. Those sound similar, but to me they're very, very different. So my view on this, and again, I didn't have any part in drafting this, and somebody else will be sitting in this chair, but I mean, saying the quiet part out loud is what we should be doing. I just want to say my piece on that. That's what we are here for, right? Shouting over the top of everybody at the top of our lungs is a different thing. And I think that goes to what Member Hymas talked about between speech and decorum. So I agree with you. I mean, we should never, ever be stifling on the content, basis of content, right? The speech can be used to disrupt, shout down somebody else. I mean, we see this in, what's been called cancel culture on college campuses. A speaker shows up, they might have a conservative position, and they're shouted down. And those people are using their voice, but they're doing it in a way that interferes with the ability of somebody else to speak. So at least as I understand this is meant not to silence content, but to preserve the ability to have a forum in which people can say the quiet part out loud. And I would never want anything other. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote here, but I want that to be clear. I think that's what we need to be doing, is we need to preserve decorum so that everybody can speak their mind. And if you have things that are disruptive, then to me that's a different problem. But let's go along to Member. I just wanted to get my position on the record. But we got Member Lear, Member Carey, and Member Hymas.
At the risk of repeating what Sarah already said about me, that I sometimes sound too old and brag. I've been on the board and watched the board for many decades. I have never seen, I mean that, never, and that's not a word that attorneys use very often, never seen a board chair abuse his authority, her authority. Not very many hers. But I appreciate that. And I have not only not voted for a couple of those chairs, that's no secret, but I've also not seen them abuse their authority. I think they are people that assume very seriously the role of being the chair. So I don't worry about the chair abusing his authority, whether it's Chair Moss or whoever comes next, or certainly never saw it in many, many board chairs going backwards. So I think that's the trust we put in the chair when the body elects the person. So I think that's one thing that I think is really important. I also think it's important that we as board members, though it's not loud, it's not disruptive necessarily, I think we need to be thoughtful about impugning others' motives. I don't think the intent of this, or even in its execution, I don't think it suppresses speech. That is my opinion. I think it preserves, it preserves decorum, it preserves respect. We've worried for many years about the reputation of the board. I think it preserves the reputation of the board as a body that can have hard discussions, but not allow clapping in meetings, that doesn't allow individuals, especially our staff, to be attacked. And I think those are necessary things, in my mind, to decorum, to respect, to professionalism.
Thank you, Member Lear. Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I believe there's a provision in our bylaws that says something along the lines of board members can't do something that impugns the good name or reputation of the board. And I remember this body debating what that meant for a long time. And some of us even changed our minds as to what does that mean, you can't impugn the good reputation of the board. The nice thing about that was that process required us and gave us the time to deliberate, to think about it, and then to say, you know what, maybe I was looking at this the wrong way. These decisions that Vice Chair Earle's anti-free speech rule is proposing, there is no time for that. There is no time for that. When you tell somebody you can't say that, you have to leave, when somebody says that you are violating our rules, this rule leaves no time for deliberation because the chair is making that decision in an instant. And when you suppress that person's free speech, and the courts have defined free speech like we're saying, well, we're only addressing free speech in this one area. Free speech has been defined by our Supreme Court repeatedly as conduct as well. So the nuanced argument that, well, we're just limiting this kind of speech, when we're telling people what they can wear and what they can't wear to a board meeting, and this rule gives the chair that latitude, we're directing their speech. And if we try to hide behind the, well, we need this, how many times have we needed it since we've been here? But all of a sudden, there is this urgency. Well, we need this today. But when I ask why, what's happened, just nothing. There's silence. We've been able to navigate this successfully without these punitive measures. No, this is anti-speech. And the discretion, and Board Member Davis, she was like, well, look, they haven't abused the discretion. The concern may not be with the people who occupy these seats today, but we don't know who's going to occupy those seats in January. We don't know who's going to occupy these seats in 5 years. And we are giving those people, whoever they may be, the unfettered discretion to say, that's a loud noise, you have to leave. You're breaking decorum by bringing out your cell phone. You have to leave. That's what we want to empower a future board leadership that we've never even met. We want to give them that power. This is a bad draft of a rule, and I oppose it. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Carey. Member Hymas, I think. Yep. Oh, where
Are you going, Molly?
You
Okay.
can go ahead.
No, I appreciate the back and forth here, and I don't usually like to speak twice, but I do want to first recognize that, in this ongoing debate that obviously we need some sort of guidelines. I mean, however, I'm hearing already from even the maker of the draft that we're protected already. Is that, and I'm looking to the maker of the draft because I think I heard you said it in this meeting. Even if we did not adopt these in here, there are still things in Robert's rules that gives the chair the ability to say, hey, we don't do that. For example, he reads it at the beginning of every meeting, right? So I guess what I'm saying is I've already mentioned that I don't see this as restrictions on the speaker, more of the people in the audience. For me, if this goes away, that's fine. That's fine. Because we still have some sort of mechanism to say, no, we need to be respectful of one another. That's what I'm saying. So whether or not this stays or goes, I don't know if I have a preference there yet. We'll maybe hear from other people. But I do believe that even in any public meeting, there has to be something that says you probably shouldn't do that, or even you can't do some things, right? Especially if it endangers somebody or puts safety at risk. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Hymas. Member Davis. Oh, Vice Chair Hart, you're on.
No, you've already called him. But
She called him.
Member Davis, Vice Chair Hart.
Thank you. I remember in our last meeting, Member Bogus asking that those who voted no on the safety proposal to not be deemed as being opposed to safety. And I think those that are, saying this is good enough for the legislature, it should be good enough for us. I want you to know, Chair, I want you to know that I don't believe that Member Earl is opposed to free speech. I don't think free speech is 100% free, even in the law. There are certain things that people cannot say, particularly when it comes to violence and threats and such, which seems to be what this is indicating in this particular piece, in this line specific to speech. Now, there are other decorum lines, but I'm going to move to send this back to committee, because I feel like the additions, we just got the additions yesterday, right? They were brought in really recently. A lot of us didn't have a lot of time to review. And I think the committee can hash this conversation out there. And if they want to streamline some of this and still make it clear that the chair absolutely not only has the right to maintain decorum in the room, just even like a judge in a court, but also has the responsibility so that we can hear each other effectively, give each person an opportunity to say the messy conversations if we need to, stopping short of threats and violence and all of that. I think they can work that out there, and we can discuss this in August. So I move to postpone. And send this back to the next committee meeting when it can be agendized in August.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Member Straight. You spoke to the motion. Anything further? Other discussion of the motion. The motion then is to to postpone and refer to committee for August consideration by the Law and Licensing Committee, correct? Okay, just making sure I got the motion. Is that correct? Okay, Vice Chair Hart.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to postpone indefinitely.
Okay, I think that's...
She said it was. Oh, yeah, I can amend. Yeah, I'll amend.
This is an amendment to substitute.
Yeah,
so
I'm amending the substitute.
still in the nature of a postponement, but amending it from referral to committee in August to indefinitely. Is there a second to that?
The whole item.
The whole item, I think.
I may have had a change of heart.
There is a parliamentary question in there. Is this the same thing that was previously moved by?
I'm postponing.
Even when the postponement is indefinite? Different. Is there nothing about the substance of the motion that's different? It's just that, okay.
I'm not shutting down free speech.
All right, so the motion is, the substitute motion was to postpone to August. The amendment to that substitute is to postpone indefinitely. That is debatable, and apparently is not barred by the prior motion. So, discussion of that motion, unless, let's see, the motion to amend, or the amended motion was made by who? We're going to get late in the day. Vice Chair Hart, it's your motion to postpone indefinitely.
It is.
Would you like to speak to it?
We need a second.
Okay, you guys, I'm losing it. Back to you.
I just think there needs to be a lot more consideration and thought put into this, and I would like, just, if someone wants to bring this forward in the future, that's fine. I'm not saying I wouldn't bring it forward in the future. I don't think we're at a place where any of this is salvageable right now, and I just want it wiped clean, and people can come back with different ideas.
Okay, further discussion of the motion, Member Highness.
Thank you, and I'd like to vote on this quickly, but I guess I'm going to speak to this motion and the underlying motion. One, I think that at the same time, I think that what came out of committee is fairly good, and so I'd love to see at the very least what came out of committee come back, and this would speak again against Member Hart, Vice Chair Hart's motion, and against the motion to send it back to committee, because I feel like committee did a good job of putting it in a space where the committee felt reasonable. Now, I can't speak for the committee, but this is just my opinion, that if it came back to committee, I would probably vote to push it back as it came out of committee. So that's my thoughts on those two items.
Okay, thank you, Member Hymas. So the immediate option or motion on the floor is to postpone indefinitely. If that's defeated, there's a motion to postpone to August. That August meeting, if that were the way this went, could consider the initial motion that was originally brought forth, which we saw as draft 1, or other amendments. Did you? Your line, no, Vice Chair Earl.
Well, goodness, lots of discussion today. So I just want to say, you know, like I said, I looking at this just thinking, oh, look, we can use some of the similar language that the legislature did. I'm grateful for the discussion though, because there's a number of things. One of those, I think there's a fair argument to say, are we seeing those same things that we're seeing in the legislature? And I think that's a fair argument to say we aren't. We're able to handle those things as they come before us. And I do think, you know, looking at the Roberts rules, that allows that to take place, that engagement to take place. So who knows, maybe down the road we'll need to put some more parameters around it. I think where we're at currently is probably more functional and works better. So anyways, that's where thank you. I'd move forward with this motion.
Yes.
So if we postpone indefinitely, then it means it's really up to leadership's discretion, which committee it goes back to, when it comes back, when it's discussed, when the time is right and such. I mean, I'll speak to, as requested by members, or
Yeah,
so I will.
yeah, members
I'll
could
speak
take the initiative, right?
I'll go ahead and just pull my other motion off the table, and I'll support this one. But I will say, I never really thought that we need something like this until The Exorcist came and exorcised Satan out of all of us. And maybe I could have handled that, but then he specifically pointed to one single person, and I swear we were going to walk out and find slashed tires in the parking lot. But maybe he didn't know which cars were hers. I don't know. That changed my opinion of this. And I think we do need some expectations of what is and is not ultimately okay. And maybe, you know, if we took away some of those specifics that really bother people and just leave the chair shall preserve order and decorum during the board and committee meetings. That is your job as a chair. It's important. We have to understand that. Otherwise, we're going to have just total chaos. Anyway, I'll support the motion. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Member Davis. Member Bogus?
Sir, if this is going back to committee, I don't have anything to say at this time.
All right, the motion is to be postponed indefinitely, which would mean leadership or any member could bring it back up for assignment to committee. Yeah.
Then I still don't have anything to say.
Okay.
I would support the motion to table it indefinitely.
Yeah, Member Hymas?
Out of clarity, if it is postponed indefinitely, it just goes back to as if it never even came to committee, right? And then in a future time, if somebody does want to bring it up.
I believe that's right.
Okay.
That's a different. We got a motion or a substitute and a motion, so that would be a whole different underlying thing if these fail. If the postponements fail, that would be a question of whether draft 2 fails and we go back to draft 1. All right, last Member Earl or Lear?
I'll support this motion. I don't have any desire to cram something like this down even a third of the board's figurative throats. But on the other hand, I don't think it's appropriate for the public to laugh and jeer and clap whether they like the person or don't like the person. And I would like the chair to have some substance to be underlying language that says this is not okay and you will be stopped, and if you do it one more time you'll leave. And I think those are, so I think that when when Member Davis says it's going pretty well, or this is okay, or this is just the way by, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's appropriate to do to public figures. It doesn't help, as I keep saying, the reputation of the board. So I would like to see some things change. I don't think things are fine. I think that it would be, and I didn't appreciate being pointed out, and I have pretty thick skin. I think I have really thick skin, but I think those kinds of things should be stopped immediately. Because, you know, did I feel a little threatened? Yeah, even me, and I don't feel threatened by things I should feel threatened by. So I think that those kinds of things, we need something in place. I'm reluctant to do it indefinitely, because I think it'll be too easy to not ever bring it up again. But I will support the motion, because I also don't want to make this, when we're trying to be respectful to each other, I don't want to make this divisive vote a problem in and of itself. So I'd support that, but I really hope we are able to bring it back with some of the things. The musical instruments, who cares? But the clapping, the laughing, the jeering, that's not okay. And I wish Chair Moss had been a little more forceful in those moments. And I'd like to give him something, or the chair in the future, something to base his comments on. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Davis.
I was just texting the maker of the motion to see if she would move to change it to pass the what the committee did, with maybe just one line that the chair shall preserve order and decorum during board and committee meetings. But that's up to her. And now that was a public question, and maybe you're just done with it. You want to be done with this until some other day, and that's okay.
And it's also a question whether it's in order, because it's not in order. We've got an amendment to a substitute, so we would have to vote. Well, it belongs to the body at this point. The motion to amend the substitute belongs to the body, right? So I don't know that it could be withdrawn at this point.
I wouldn't change it. I'm done with this item. I think that it's going nowhere. And in looking at Robert's Rules of Order, there's plenty in there. If this body isn't willing to take what the other legislative bodies are, I'm not interested in something, in hammering out something that's watered down or ticky-tacky, when we can't even agree to do what the other elected officials do in the state.
Okay, well, with no further lights, I think this has highlighted some both, factual and legal deep questions. I think if there's interest in bringing it back, we probably would want some legal guidance. Some important First Amendment constitutional questions have been brought up. How do you preserve the ability to speak without stifling speech? And that's a tough question any deliberative public body faces. I think there's good faith opinions on both sides here, and there's good faith opinions about what the chair has to do. Too tight, too loose. You're always trying to facilitate a good discussion, and sometimes that means you have to silence things that drown out discussion. What is that point? It's a tough one, so we probably want some legal guidance if and when this comes back, but I think we could ask for that. So, Member Klein, did you have a final comment?
Yeah, in response to another board member's comment, I just find it ironic that the reputation of this board first started tanking when they first started trying to suppress free speech upon its members and then upon the public. And yet here we are doubling down, trying to, in our rules. And it doesn't just say, that they can stop language that is a problem. It's language that they think might become. It says likely. Okay, that's a huge problem. That's assuming intent, which has been spoken about too, assuming you can predict what's coming. All of those are problems. I mean, I've sat here on numerous occasions where I've had the public say horrific things, call me by male pronouns repeatedly, and nothing was ever said to stop that kind of thing. So, it all depends on who's being spoken about. It's completely subjective and biased depending on what the individual who sits in that chair decides is offensive or not. To my point, the comments this morning, I didn't feel like were attacking, and yet another board member thought they were attacking. So, another board member said this same, alluded to being attacked. Also, I'm not talking about the exorcism guy, but, I think Satan is, I don't know. Maybe I won't go there, but I just think this love of
Edge of our seats.
No, I know. These oppressive speech codes, they only aggravate the situation further. They don't help it. They have the opposite reaction. We all have instinctively within us, we are hardwired for free speech. And as soon as somebody tries to suppress that, it causes those fighting words to come out. So, we can allow for free speech. There are criminal codes and actual violence that may become a problem, and that's why we have the security guards for when things do get out of control. But speech in and of itself, yeah. Anyway, I will stop there.
Okay. Let's see. I don't see any other lights. And I guess one other addendum to the prior, I think our AGs are here, but I think that's an important question. The difference between prior restraint and the doctrine of fighting words that are spoken that are likely to incite. And I'm not necessarily saying you're wrong, but it raises an important question because both of those are possible, right? Do you say something that's, hey, let's go get them? Those are words that are likely to incite. On the other hand, if you raise the question of prior restraint, do you say you can't even do that before it's spoken? These are all tough constitutional questions that we probably want to put in the, these are all good questions to put in the hopper so we don't go against First Amendment rights. So assuming this is going to be brought back, which I assume it is, we'll probably dig into all the questions that are raised today and get some legal guidance on where the courts have drawn those lines. So I think we are ready to vote. The motion, Member Davis.
Really quick clarification. What I said was our faith was attacked. I didn't say we as people were being attacked. I just want to make sure that that's clear. And also, I think, Chair, that the point about the word likely is a fair point, and that may need to be explored more and, discussed more. So, thank you. At some point, when it ever.
Let's get our authorities on it. We can argue about it forever, but we luckily have some legal guidance we can turn to. So let us tee up the motion then. I think we have a motion that the board postpone this item indefinitely. I think that's that the board postpone item 5.16 indefinitely. That's the motion. All right, voting is open. Norton's here now. Member Bogus?
Yes.
Member Bogus is a yes. Got two more. I think two more. Two more. Sorry? Member Green? We didn't get your vote. Who else did we not get? Oh, okay. All right, that motion passes 13-2. The no votes being Member Reel and Member Hymas. Okay, that item has been... Oh, correct. Thank you. That was a motion to amend. So we basically have to tee up the same thing again. So having amended the substitute, the same language has to come up. The motion then is to postpone the item indefinitely. So, exactly the same question again, just procedurally we got to do it twice because, all right, voting's open. Member Bogus.
Yes, sir.
Member Bogus is a yes. All right. Same motion. Part 2. All right, that motion passes again, 13-2. The no votes being Member Rio and Member Hymas. Okay, back to, I believe, Vice Chair Carey for the final item of this section of law and licensing. Yeah, Mike.
Thank you. Yeah, this is the final item from law and licensing on this particular day, and that's 5.17, annual training prioritization. And the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve the draft annual training prioritization schedule, draft 2.
Okay, board member comment or question. Just a reminder, this came out of the Reports Requirements Task Force. The question from the field was, can we diminish the burden of having annual training on everything? The legislature helped us with this and put it back to us to set up a once every 3 years training schedule, 1 year heavy, 2 years light, when allowed by code, and otherwise have to stick to code. So you'll see in here those, I think, where we had the discretion to spread it out, we set up a 3-year schedule, and those that said we have to do it every year, every other year, those remain on that legislative required schedule. So just want to say thanks. Having been on the task force when this came up, a lot of work thinking through how we can best alleviate the burden of doing everything every year. Any other comment or question? Okay, let's vote. Let's see. Member Bogus.
Yes.
Member Bogus is yes. That passes unanimously, 15-0. Okay, that concludes, I believe, this section of law and licensing. And I think, Chair Hymas, were you going to take item 6? Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Carey. Over to Chair Hymas.
Thank you. We will jump to agenda item 6.2. The committee, this is R277-304, General Teacher Preparation Competencies. The committee recommends that the board approve the General Teacher Preparation Competencies Draft 2.
Okay, discussion and motion by Chair Earl.
Yeah, I have a motion. I'd like to move draft 5 and move the pieces of the, and I'm just going to move mine all together. So on, do I need to let me read them and then second it? Is that, I'd like to move draft 5.
Well, if draft 5 is all in there, we can just ask for a second if it doesn't need explanation.
You'll have to pull it up because I got
Okay.
feedback over the last couple of days and I've updated 2 parts.
All right, let's just take a second to...
It is the current one on backup. Draft 5.
So item 2, draft 5.
Do you want me to just read through the changes, or do you want me to wait till it gets seconded?
We could do enough to just tip members off so they can second it
Okay.
without arguing it, I think.
All right. So under the learners and learning, it's design learning that builds on a learner's prior knowledge and supports students' needs. And the change there would be encourage the involvement of all students and intentionally build academic knowledge over time. That's one. The second one is identify adaptations. This is LL4. Identify adaptations made to instruct to benefit learners of varied abilities. It would be striking backgrounds and onto their abilities. That matches the exemplar at the side. The next one is instructional practice 1, and that would be include effective differentiated strategies aligned with lesson objectives to meet the academic needs of every student. The exemplar would be is aware of the variety of effective strategies to support the academic needs of every student. IP2 would be provide effective strategies to promote requisite knowledge, and deep, and instead of learning, putting thinking there, that's the change, which may include problem solving, critical thinking, and discourse. And then on the other side there, changing deep learning, because I learned that that means something that has a unique meaning, so it's deep thinking. And then on IP5, it would be provide feedback to students and parents. Oh, no, that's already been made, right? That's an amendment that was already made. Okay, on classroom climate, it would be create a learning climate that is positive, sensitive to multiple experiences, and where the educator takes full responsibility for the learning within the classroom, which directly correlates with the exemplar, which is demonstrate a friendly and positive disposition towards students and learning. And that's my motions. The parent one, I think those were made in committee. So.
Okay, so is there a second now that we've read it in?
Motion.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Let me just speak real quick. I've spent a lot of time, I sent questions to the deans. I talked with public. I've talked to my local entities. I've asked a lot of questions of them. I think this just creates some clarity and some focus. It simplifies. Anyways, and I'm just going to take IP1 for example. It's include effective. It's not just differentiated strategies. You can differentiate strategies, but we want effective differentiated strategies. And it does focus back on that academic elements. So that's, unless there's specific questions, that's where I'm asking that we move in that direction.
Okay, Member Hymas.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate, I talked to Member Wood yesterday, and we're kind of talking about some different things here. One of the things I appreciate about this, and I understand that it's kind of last minute. We've discussed this for months, and not this in particular, but this competencies. But the fact that this is moving towards a more academic focus, which is our mission and vision, I think this better aligns and helps us get to where we want to be. The second part, though, and I could ask the maker of the motion, and maybe if I need to do an amendment, but some of the concern is that just making these changes, some of the concerns for those programs are making these changes quickly is very difficult and challenging. Here we are in June. So I wonder if we could put some sort of provision in there that says, yes, we'll adopt this if it goes through here in the body, but that it won't be, you'll have a year to work on it. Does that make sense? So maybe we roll it out in 2025. And I don't know if this is a question for Dr. Height, or I hear some staff kind of talking back there, but I just want to get a timeline that is fair and reasonable to those educator programs.
Dr. Height,
Chair,
did
is
you
that
want to
okay?
weigh in? Yeah, can I direct that to Dr. Height? Thank you.
Hi, Malia Hyde, Executive Coordinator of Educator Licensing. So these competencies are incorporated by reference in Rule R277304, which is your next item to consider. And in that rule, it does specify that these competencies are to be in place for individuals who enroll starting September 1 of 2025. So they do have a year.
May I, Chair, follow up?
Yes.
Is that sufficient time? It seems sufficient to me, but I don't run any of these programs. Is that sufficient time for a program to realign?
So we have gotten a lot of feedback from different Apple programs as well as university programs that if the competencies are adjusted significantly where the meaning of the competency is different, then they would need additional time to implement.
Thank you. And one more just quick comment, Chair. I don't know if these changes to me are not overly significant. I think it's adjustments to, again, align with an academic focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hymas, Member Carey, and Member Laird. Oh, Member Bogus.
Yes, sir. If you can hear me.
Yep, we got you.
Awesome. So throughout this document, and I don't know, Chair, through you maybe to the maker of the motion, I see the language background taken out. And the concern I have is that we are actually creating a shift, if you will, in even teacher training here, because background knowledge and prior knowledge is different. And if I could just say what my training has encompassed is background knowledge is, dare I say, all encompassing. It includes life experience, academic, even reading different books, whether they be fiction or nonfiction. Background knowledge is all encompassing, whereas prior knowledge tends to lean more toward that which has been put forth by the educational framework. So to me, it says, if you didn't learn it here in the education system provided by the government, it's not to be considered. And I'm not asserting that that's what the maker of the motion means, but I have great concern that that's how it will be played out in our system. And so I have some concerns there. Can we maybe kick that back and forth for a minute? Because I have a lot of concerns about the word background being removed.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I kind of asked the same question a little bit, but the exemplar tells me where it's headed. And let me give you an example. So the exemplar, the original language was demonstrates a sensitivity to students' personal and social identities. That was the intent of that background knowledge. So the reason for changing it to prior knowledge is that focus once again back on, and you're right, more of the academic. What did they know? What skills are they bringing in to the classroom that teachers need to be aware of? And it's that idea of intentionally building academic knowledge over time. So yeah, you're right. It is a little bit of shift in focus, and it doesn't. The intent is not to eliminate a student's background. There's plenty of places where that is still incorporated, including in with the participating in meetings with IEP, with parents, with others. There's some other places too. Sorry, I don't have those pulled up. I probably could look down real quick and find that, but I don't think it eliminates that ability or that reflection. I think what it does though is it just says, you know, this is the prior skills that are being brought into the classroom. I don't know if that answers your question. That's the direction I took. And it was the exemplar that told me where it was headed.
Okay.
Chair, may I follow up?
Sure.
So I have a manifold concern here. One is that we have government education. In America, we call it public ed, but it's government funded, it's government regulated, it's government ed. So when we narrow the knowledge that can be used to that which is provided by the government, to me, that is very authoritarian in its framework. It also carves out what would be that all-encompassing part of the humans that come before us as teachers every day, and their background knowledge is very diverse. If they're a refugee student, they have very diverse background knowledge. If they are a student that is the child of immigrants, they have a very diverse background knowledge. If they're a student with a grandfather who was interned in Japanese World War II camps in America, they have a very different background knowledge. And to carve and push that away into a government and narrow it to a government framework, maybe I'm missing something, but I've just got some.
Can you look at
dissonance.
Yes? Can you look at IP6? This wasn't, once again, it doesn't scrub, so to speak, or remove all that. IP6 says provide relevant learning opportunities that are grounded in student interest, needs, and backgrounds. It still allows that to be in there. It's just that there were several areas where the background was the focus instead of maybe a more comprehensive or a more skills-based. So it doesn't scrub that out. It's still in there, and I think there's other areas where that's there too. So it still allows for that background to take place.
Thank you, Vice Chair Earl. I do appreciate that, and I appreciate the notation, the IP6. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Carrie Mibberleer.
Well, I was just getting ready to compliment Board Member Lear, and then, but so I just want thank you, Chair. Just it's my understanding that, and Dr. Height, if I may, Chair, it's my understanding that this board, and it may have been unanimous or close to unanimous, we passed the original set of competencies that we're also anxious to revise in January of this year. Is that correct? Was that a just for the record? Is that a yes?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
January of this year.
So less than 6 months ago, this board looked at these competencies and said, this looks pretty good. Let's adopt these. And we did. There was a change with Rule 328, and when the competencies were presented to us again, the board looked at that and decided there may be some changes now in the law and rule that require these competencies to be revisited. Because of that, they were sent back to law and licensing, and this is just my understanding, they were sent back to law and licensing with the instruction that, look, let's look at these things legally, one, to make sure that nothing here conflicts with the law, and two, if there's something out there that needs to be changed, it might be a good time to address it. We did that, and counsel was very forthright, and I think there was one legal matter that we said, you know what, because of the changes in rule and law, you have to change this. Or they didn't, but it was suggested that we change it, and we did. And then law and licensing at this special meeting, which, again, that just means that there's a meeting that's not scheduled where the five of us have to accommodate that date and time. We get together, we look at all these competencies, and we look at them, and collectively the five of us said, you know what, there's some things that we still want to change beyond what the law may require, just because they're just not right given where we are today. And we looked at those and we passed those, and again, my recollection is it was unanimous or close to unanimous that we passed those out of law and licensing. That was sent to this full board. After all that we passed it in January. It comes back to law and licensing. We look at these, we change them. It comes out unanimously or close to unanimously. It gets to this board today, and then I'm looking, and all these drafts are making wholesale changes. That's my opinion. In competencies that we looked at less than 6 months ago and said, this is good. And my concern with that is we now have all these other institutions, I would say patiently waiting, but I can only imagine there's a lot of anxiousness saying, where are you going with these competencies? And I'm going to speak against this motion, and I favor the draft that came out of law and licensing, not because it's perfect, but because we addressed those issues that needed to be addressed in a way that would give our partners in higher education an opportunity to start down this road, which I am sure out of necessity they have had to do. And when we change these, it is going to cause, in my opinion, unwarranted, undue, and unnecessary turmoil in the work that they are trying to do. So, Dr. Height, my question to you with that long monologue is, have you heard from higher institutions of higher education or our partners who are concerned about all these changes that we're making with their obligation to institute these changes in the abbreviated time frame that we're giving them? Chair, with your permission.
Sure. Dr. Height?
Yes, we certainly have had a lot of feedback from our ed prep partners, both our LEA Apple programs as well as our university partners. And they have expressed that they are frustrated with the pace of changes, that they start to make some implementation choices, decisions about their programs, and then they have to stop or pause or wait or reconfigure. And they've also said that if the competencies are adjusted significantly, it will significantly impact their work and implementation. Particularly our university programs and Apple programs don't work in the summer, and so they have lost 3 months of implementation time.
Thank you. Member Lear.
Thank you. I had a few comments, and interestingly, some of them are very similar to Christina's, Member Bogus's. And one of them is that I live and represent an area that is much more diverse than some of you do. I'm certain that Salt Lake City, it's very different to teach in Salt Lake City than it is to teach in Morgan. And I think that's not directed necessarily at Jenny, but it's just a less homogeneous place to teach. So I really, really dislike, I don't mind most of these changes, but I really dislike taking away the background pieces of, even though there's one left that I could find, I think it's important for a teacher to understand, think about the background of the students. I had an experience, my children went to East High. I went back about 3 or 4 years ago to do a thing for a social studies class. And when my children went to East High, they were all white kids and mostly from the East Side. And I recognized a lot of them. I went back into the social studies class. There were maybe 3 kids that I identified as, that were kind of white kids, just like my kids. I was stunned at how different this community had become. So if I had been a teacher at East High, no longer, considering the background of these students, a number of them were refugees, a number of them didn't speak English, I would have not been the teacher I needed to be. So taking background out of this document really troubles me. I don't care if you add academic and some of the other stuff, but I think it also dilutes it. You can call it emasculating it. I think it takes it from a strong document to a vanilla document. The other piece about it is that my understanding was when we got I agree very much with what Member Carey said. After we discussed this and discussed this again, we had lots of input from our staff to help us understand what the exemplars were. And I don't know if that's not one of the groups that Member Earl mentioned in who she talked to, but the staff gave very valuable input about why the exemplars and the standards or the looked like what they did. And I think that was really important feedback from them. So I, again, feel like we took that into consideration, made the changes we did based on those comments from staff who work every day with these teachers. And I think it's crucial information. And I am too, I'm increasingly concerned that we rewrite committee work after especially we spent 2 committee meetings on it. Not that it was perfect, but it came with a lot of information from a lot of people. And I again go back to my biggest concern is that the background element of this is minimized in this draft.
Thank you, Member Wood.
I completely agree with Member Carey in that the original document that came out was spoke to the motion that came out of this body to look at the legalities. But I am proposed to go one by one and make the changes that I need to put this back into a state that our teachers can support our teachers. So I will start with motion 1, that I want to reinstate backgrounds in each of the areas that it has been stricken, which is LL2 and LL4.
Okay, so the motion is to restore from draft 5. We are on draft 5, right? Remember 5? Okay, I had 3.
Well,
so we're going back in LL2 from
right
prior to background. Let's see, Member Wood, do you know where the next one is?
I mean,
Yeah,
Did we ever pass? I mean,
this has not
what
been
motion
passed.
are we on right now?
The motion on the floor is to adopt version 5, draft 5, which includes
But
Vice
there
Chair
was a
Earl's
substitute
changes.
after that failed. Is that right?
There's no substitute.
We haven't happened yet.
No, there's an amendment to Vice Chair Earl's proposed draft.
Yes, a motion to amend.
Right.
Amend draft 5.
Motion to amend to draft 5. Right? Yeah.
Oh, God. So,
All right, so the first one is to restore, in draft 5, to restore the word background rather than changing it to prior. I'm just trying to make sure I know where that is, but I guess we don't need to know that. Is there a second?
It's
Second from Member Straight.
competency LL2 and competency LL4.
All right, so in LL2 and LL4, LL2 would restore background in place of prior, and LL4 would be backgrounds in place of abilities? Okay, I'm looking at draft 3, so I'll make sure I get it right. Okay, it's been seconded to you, Member Wood. Discussion motion?
And then 2, 1, we've discussed in detail the prior, going from what they previously knew academically from the school, background meaning an overall exposure of what they've been exposed to. As far as LL4, this limits to skills. What are their skills, as opposed to what do they bring to the table? And that's why I want to reinstate it there.
Okay, further discussion of the motion. Member Green, Klein, and Davis. Member Green.
Well, my comment was a little bit, it was before the motion. And I was just speaking in favor of Member Earl's draft. Only I just felt that it kept it very specific to the purpose that our children go to school, taking into consideration that a teacher gets to know his students already, but their specific purpose for being there is for those focused academic purposes. And so, for example, LL2, encourage the involvement of all students and intentionally build academic knowledge over time. Encourage the involvement of all students. For me, that wraps up the ability to know your students and how to get them, how to reach them, how to get them excited, how to, you understand their mannerisms, you understand their attention spans. Teachers are superhumans. They have a gift. I don't say that lightly. That was a nod of respect. But the intent, and the reason we send our kids to school is to intentionally build academic knowledge over time. Encouraging the involvement of all students incorporates the teacher's ability to know her students and their backgrounds and where they're coming from. So I was just in support of Member Earl's draft.
Okay, thank you, Member Green. Member Klein.
I would also speak in favor of the former draft. I just want to say, math is math. Numbers don't care about your ethnicity or your race. And we don't need to bring that into every conversation, every lesson. All that does is get kids to think about their differences instead of focusing on what they are there to learn. This is just more of the, moving us in the direction of the diversity, equity, inclusion, critical race theory narrative when we push that as the focus instead of we say we changed our vision and mission to academic excellence, and yet we're still pushing the same things, just using different words. And if we want to restore academic excellence, then we need to focus on academics and stop focusing on all of these other things. Obviously, everybody comes from a different background, and yet we focus on certain people's background as if their background is somehow more important than another's background. And so how about we just focus on math?
Thank you, Member Klein. Member Davis.
I'm actually on hold till after this amendment passes or fails, but I think there's did we define background as race? I mean, there's a variety of things, like Member Bogus mentioned earlier, that are involved in background.
Mr. Earl, oh, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
mean, I'd be fine to say background and prior knowledge, both. But I'm on hold for after this vote.
Okay, Vice Chair Earl, did you want to?
Yeah, I suppose if this passes, it's fine. I do feel like, you know, and I did quite a bit of research over this last month, just reading up not just competencies, but what are those things that create that success. And no matter what the child's background is, the things the teacher does within the classroom are the things that by the end of the year, those are the things that make great improvements. We shouldn't eliminate the background, and I didn't eliminate background, but I don't, the fact we've used it so many times within here, that's the concern, is that it's now focusing on the background instead of the things that a teacher can do, the engagement, the actions, the positivity that way. No matter the child's socioeconomic background, the efforts of the teacher have the greatest impact for the success of the student. And that speaks also to not just any strategy, it's got to be effective strategies, right? So anyways, and I don't think it changes this, it just really narrows the focus on those most important things that are proven to be effective, so.
Okay. This is, okay, I'm sorry, Member Wood, did we cover Member Davis? Were you still holding? Still holding?
I'm waiting.
All right, so Member Wood.
Yes, just to summarize. So I was talking to a kindergarten teacher this week that talked about struggling readers. And she said when she found out that one of her students was very active in baseball, and she gave him exposure to some reading literature with baseball, all of a sudden he started reading in ways he had never read before. So understanding some background helped in his academic success, because suddenly, you know, he's sounding out words like strike and ball and base, and he has that background knowledge that got him to start seeing things in a different way. And that's why I'm moving forward this.
Gotcha, okay. Anything further on this one? Okay. Member Bogus.
Yes, sir. I would like to make a substitute motion.
I think, let's see, that's in order, I believe.
This is the second.
Well, is this the second? Okay, I lost track of the substitute. So that's out of order, or what's the substitute?
Well, then I would like to amend the
Okay,
amendment.
okay, so Member Earl's whole draft is draft 5 is the substitute. We have a motion to amend by Member Wood. We can do one more amendment, can't we? Right. I thought we could do an amendment to the amendment. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
So in LL2, and I don't know how this would frame up, but I'm thankful for Ben. I would like to add the word academic before knowledge. And the same in LL4.
Well, let's see. So this would be an amendment to Member Woods, which restores the word background, right? So based on the learner's academic background knowledge, is that correct as to LL2?
No, sir, just prior academic knowledge.
So that would not be an amendment to the existing. I guess that would be a substitute, which we would have to wait until this one's done. I think, tell me if I go wrong here. I'm always looking at my... Right. So she's looking to dial it back and add this to the underlying motion as a substitute to Member Woods. Do we have to see whether Member Woods passes first to do that? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay. There could be an amendment to the existing motion. In other words, you could add academic to background as Member Woods seeks to restore it, but adding academic to prior requires waiting to see if this one passes. I think.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, well, just passing along the ruling from the parliamentarians here. What we have on the floor is to bring back background. So if there's an amendment to add academic to that, that would be in order. If it is to add academic to the prior motion, that would have to wait on Member Woods' motion first. I say that right? I think so. Yep.
Let's press pause.
Okay, we'll hold that one. So what we have on the floor is going back to background. So an amendment that adds something or removes from that. Okay, I don't see any lights. Oh, well, okay, Member Davis is holding. So the amendment then is to restore background in LL2 rather than changing it to prior, and in LL4 restore backgrounds rather than changing it to abilities. Okay, with that, please vote. In context, it would say in LL2, design learning that builds on the learner's background knowledge and supports student needs. LL4 would say identify adaptations made to instruction to benefit learners of varied backgrounds. In other words, just restore the original language, right? Member Wood? Okay. All right. With that, please vote. Let's see. Member Bogus.
No.
Member Bogus is a no. Yes. Oh, hello. Gosh, I'm split, but it doesn't matter. I'm 6. So that passes. Let's see. Are we missing anybody? Oh, Member Carey. Hold on. We got to get Member Carey. Can we take your verbal and put it in the system? Just treat him like an online, or should we wait for the battery?
Yeah, I'm a no. I'm a no, sorry. Molly, thank you.
Yeah, I needed to walk. Actually, I forgot to get a drink.
So Member Carey was a no. Is that number 7? Is he no number 7? Okay, that passes 8-7. The no votes being Chair Moss, Member Bogus, Member Klein, Member Green, Vice Chair Earl, Member Hymas, and Member Carey. All right, so that brings us back. Let's see. Brings us back to Vice Chair Earl's substitute motion, LL2 and LL4 having been restored to the original language with background. Let's see. Did we get everything? Yes, we're back to Member Davis. I think we cleaned up that one though, right? Okay. All right, Member Davis.
You know, I really think that we need to go back and pass what came out of committee. For the very reasons that Member Carey stated. And it's not, and in addition to that, I feel like we need to expect that people implement our direction with fidelity. And I think if we pass something in January and they put tons of work into it, as we have been told by our university prep programs, and then we change it in June, maybe they'll rise to the occasion this time, but next time we send out directives, I think they're going to be pretty slow to say, oh, this is just going to change again. So why are we going to break our necks to do what they ask us to do? That is my concern, that the amendments will dilute the implementation with fidelity in the long run. I would make some changes myself to this, and I don't disagree with some of these. In fact, there's one I was like, dang, I wish I would have done that in January. But because I didn't, and a lot has been done along the way, and too much to explain, but I know a lot of this work that's been done. I want to make a motion to go back and vote on what came out of committee. Is that possible at this point in parliamentary procedure where we're at with a substitute?
Well, if the substitute is defeated, it goes back to that. I mean,
Then I call the
a no
question.
vote on the substitute is, yeah, a vote to go back. I think.
Then I call the question on this draft.
All right. Well, let's call the question. If it fails, I think Member Bogus was in line, or maybe she dropped out of line. I'm not sure. Let's the same motion. All right. It's been called, so I can't debate it, but we'll come to Member Bogus if depending on what comes out here. So, motion is to call the question, requires 10 votes. We're calling the question on Vice Chair Earl's substitute draft 5 as amended. Yeah.
Voting yes to call the question means
We'll go straight to a vote on Vice Chair Earl's draft 5 as amended by
procedural just to
get to a vote. Correct.
Thank you, Chair.
Did we get a second? We did not. Second, third, fourth. Okay. All right. Voting is open. Calling the question on Vice Chair Earl's motion. Oh yeah. Member Bogus. Member Bogus,
I'm sorry,
if you,
sir, you're calling the question?
yeah, motion to call the question on voting on Vice Chair Earl's underlying motion, draft 5 as amended by Member Wood.
Yes.
Member Bogus is a yes. That passes 14-1 with a no vote from Member Green. So we proceed to a vote then on Vice Chair Earl's motion as amended. That is to approve on second and final reading draft 5 as amended by Member Wood. Voting, let's see. Voting is open.
August is a no.
Member Bogus is a no. Okay. Let's see. We got Member Bogus up there, right? Bogus was a no. I'm sorry, did I get that right? Member Bogus? Did we not get her vote on this one? I'm sorry. Member Bogus on Vice Chair Earl's substitute motion as amended by Member Wood.
I voted no.
Oh, I didn't vote. I miss. Okay, that motion fails. 9-5. The yes votes being Moss, Member Green, Vice Chair Hart, Member Hymas, and Vice Chair Earl, with Member Klein abstaining. So that brings us back to the underlying motion that came out of committee. Draft 2. Thank you. I believe. Is that right? Yes. Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I want to make an amendment.
Okay.
Just a second, let me find where I'm at. I have one amendment I want to make, and it's just the one on number, hang on just a second. It's CC Classroom Climate 1, which would be create a learning climate that is positive, sensitive to multiple experiences, and where the educator takes full responsibility for the learning within the classroom. Yeah, yeah. It's CC1. It's just my motion for CC1. That's the only motion I want to make. Amendment.
Is there a second?
Can we see the language first, Chair?
Yeah, let's see.
It's CC1 on the document. It's on my.
I would second that motion, sir.
Okay, it's been seconded by Member Vargas.
And I just, once again, this one is really putting it back into the scope of the responsibility of the educator. You're still addressing the positivity, the sensitive to multiple experiences element, but you're putting the full responsibility back on the educator for how things are done. And it's more reflective of the actual exemplar, demonstrates a friendly and positive disposition towards students and learning. And that's the key thing there, is the positive disposition towards both the students and the learning. On which one? What are you saying? What about it? Oh, okay, conditions for learning. Okay, I'd like to add in there responsibility for the conditions for learning. Am I saying that right? Or for the learning conditions within the classroom. Yep.
Okay. We had a second from Member Vargas. It's been tweaked slightly. Are you okay with the tweaks as the second?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To you, Vice Chair Earl, to speak, or would you like to send it around?
I'm sorry.
It's back to you if you want to speak to the motion, or we can send it to Member Klein and others.
Nope. I
Okay.
think this is better. It's not limiting in the language, and it's creating those conditions.
Member Klein? I think you're up. Yeah.
I will just say, you probably saw I had a draft in there that is very extensive in changes, and I know the body has no appetite for that. But looking through all of this, first off, I don't like the direction we're going with competencies and putting learning in a box, and making it a kind of a rubric system. I see that obviously there are good people working on this and trying to make them good, but the general direction of competencies is problematic. And so, and the number of changes that I feel would need to be made on these competencies to make them good, even though I don't think competencies are the way to go, period, are too extensive. That said, they certainly need some change. They need a lot of changes, so I may vote for some of the changes along the way, but in the end, I will be voting against the document in total.
Okay, thank you, Member Lear. Okay, is Member Davis up or Member Carey? Whoever's next, Member Carey. I think I've got you in queue here.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm going to speak against this motion for the same reason I did the other one, which is the board looked at these competencies in January. We sent our education partners in a direction, and now just to say, we got that wrong, that's a hard ask to impose on our education partners after the time, money, and resources they have spent. I've spent time with Dr. Haidt on this and have a better understanding of turning that battleship, and it's not something we can expect them to do on a dime. I do have one question for maybe Dr. Haidt or Council Chair. My concern with this language is it says that the educator takes full responsibility. And I'm for responsibility and transparency and accountability. My concern here is if they're going to be fully responsible, they really have to have full control over those decisions. And I can't remember, I'm sure any one of our legal people will know, but there was a law that was passed that said, wait a second, we're going to give students and parents right of conscience, which means that regardless of what the educator may want to do in the classroom, that can be objected to by the student or the parent. I would like to ask counsel if that's appropriate, if this language would conflict with that right of conscience provision. Does it put our educators and LEAs in legal jeopardy? Because now we're saying, hey, the educator, you have full responsibility for what takes place in the classroom, but the law is saying parents and students dictate what may take place in the classroom as it impacts them. So to the extent that that question can be answered by staff, Chair, I'd ask that maybe we get a reply to that.
Sure. Can we ask either our AAGs, Deputy Stallings, Director Height? Dr. Height.
I just conferred with our AAG Beal, and with it being the teacher is responsible for the learning conditions, it is softer, but it still potentially maintains in the gray area regarding that law of the right of conscience.
Follow up? Sure.
No, just I would like to say with that feedback, I think it's just to me another reason that we need to tread extremely carefully on this, because now not only are we asking to make these changes in an abbreviated time frame, but we're asking them to do that with potential legal jeopardy hanging over their heads with these decisions. And based on those two reasons, I would object to the, not object, I'm going to oppose the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Who do we have, Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, and I would disagree with that. When you're asking an educator to be fully accountable for their strategies, their teaching, their engagement with students, it encompasses that. It actually says that they will be engaging with the parents and the student. I don't think it's limiting. I actually think it's the opposite of that. It's creating an efficacy within the classroom and actually a mindset that they can be extremely effective in what they're doing. So I would disagree with that analysis that ask an educator to be responsible for the conditions in the classroom seems to be the very thing we want our educators to be doing, is taking the responsibility for the way they engage with their students and the success that goes on. And in this particular area, this is one of the areas where we have a lot of research that shows that teacher efficacy lends itself, and that idea that I can influence and impact and I can teach, and it doesn't matter where the student comes from. I have the ability to know what strategies, how to work with parents, how to engage with the curriculum in a way that is going to be successful for the student. So I don't agree with that analysis. I think this is a better way to go. I think it's a strong way to go, but I think it just helps frame the narrative that an educator can take that proactive approach.
Okay, Member Lear, and then Member Carey and Member Green.
I actually liked for the learning conditions better, but then I'm thinking about this, and I liked what the maker of the motion said better than I liked those words. For the teacher's enthusiasm, for her engagement, but learning conditions takes into account, is she in a portable classroom? Does she have 40 students or 30 students? Does she have 10 students with disabilities or 1? Does she have 2 teacher's aides or none? So I think taking full responsibility for the learning conditions is not in the teacher's purview or ability, and that troubles me. So if you talk full responsibility for inspiring learning engagement, or for stimulating learning, or those kinds of things, yes, but I don't agree that the teacher has full responsibility for so many things, even for the sociological makeup, or the ethnic makeup of her students. How many ELL students does she have? Those are not conditions that the teacher has control of, and they make a ton of difference in teaching.
Okay, thank you, Member Lear. Member Green.
I think my point is just towards Vice Chair Earls about it seems, I guess I'd make the argument that it seems that teachers' positions are more for facilitating programs that are funneled through from every direction. What I like about this language is that it's almost like giving the teacher the key back to their classroom, and that it opens that door back up to them to think about how they can be sensitive to the students that they have, the environment that they've created within the four walls of their own classroom, the learning conditions that naturally make a teacher passionate about coming to work every day. I like the language for those reasons. I want to give that key back to the teachers, where that passion can come back in, and that they seem to have a little bit more control on what that looks like, instead of just being facilitators of programs that that's being dictated to them. So I guess that would be my reasoning for voting in favor of this motion.
Okay. Let's see, Member Straight.
So, Chair, I have a question, and as I look at this, I see some potential, but I'm thinking this document that we sent, was it similar to sending standards that then LEAs and others turned into curriculum? Okay, so
It's training, that's not the requirements to let them become certified.
I think that, so actually, Board Member Davis answered the question that I was asking you, Chair. So let me paraphrase. So basically, what we sent to the universities were standards on which they then developed their coursework to train teachers. Okay? So we have the same issue here that we often have when we do standards, is where we have a hard time separating and making that separation between standards and curriculum. Because in this instance, my teacher brain goes to say, okay, create a learning climate that is positive, sensitive to multiple experiences, where the educator takes full responsibility for the learning conditions within the classroom. Those learning conditions, there's actually psychological research. There's lots of, there's Cagney's theories on instruction. And I see those fitting here, but the question I'm asking myself is this our job, or is that the university's job, to take what we've given them and then put into effect Cagney's conditions of learning theory, or that sort of thing? So for that reason, unless I can be convinced otherwise, I think I'm going to vote no, not because I disagree with the importance of that, but I'm thinking it's misplaced.
Okay, thank you, Member Straight. Member Klein.
I don't agree with either of them. So I don't know which way to go, but I appreciate the intent of Member Earl's motion. I believe the intent is good, as spoken by the previous board member as well. So I would move to amend this motion to take out sensitive to multiple experiences and add in it after full response, so it would say takes full responsibility for direct teacher instruction and learning conditions within the classroom, so that it becomes actual teaching that the teacher is responsible for, and not just directing the instruction that the student receives through tech.
Hold on, sorry.
seconds.
We can get through this stuff and then figure out that stuff. I think we can. All right, so the motion is to amend CC1 by striking sensitive to multiple experiences. So it would read, creating a learning climate that is positive and where the educator takes full responsibility for the learning conditions in the classroom.
Teacher instruction
Oh, excuse me. All right.
and
Hold on.
the learning conditions within the classroom.
Yeah, I don't think we had, okay, that's part of the new one? Got
So
it. Okay.
it would read, create a learning
Right.
climate that is positive, where the educator takes full responsibility for teacher instruction and learning conditions within the classroom.
They both come up, yes. We covered them.
What do we have?
Okay. Okay, so the motion is that the board strike sensitive to multiple experiences from the proposed amendment and insert teacher instruction after takes full responsibility for the, let's see, could we put that in, is it possible to put that in context or do we have to wait? This is getting a little bit tough to align. Thank you, I'm sorry.
For teacher instruction and learning conditions within the classroom.
Does that now capture your amendment in Vice Chair Earl's?
And mhm. Can you add an and?
Between instruction.
You probably take the out before teacher instruction. Yeah, you could take the out before teacher instruction, I think, or leave it in. I don't know what's best, but for teacher instruction and learning conditions within the classroom. Yeah. If the what?
Title IX needs to go now, that's a current, but otherwise.
Maybe.
All right, let's see.
Put the blame on somebody else or something. But if the buck stops there. Well, they don't just feel it, they do it. Efficacy is more.
Okay, we ready?
Do we have it framed up? Okay, so Member Klein's amendment to the amendment is that the board strike, let's see, okay. Sensitive multiple experiences from the proposed amendment, insert teacher instruction after takes full responsibility for, so that it reads, create a learning climate that is positive and where the educator takes full responsibility for teacher instruction and learning conditions within the classroom. Okay, who's the second? We had a second? Second? Who brought the motion? You did. Who seconded? Okay, do we have a second? I'm not seeing a second. All right, it's been seconded. All right. Seconded. Matt, member Hymas is seconding. All right, are we set to go forward, folks? So, member Carey, member Wood. I'm sorry, you keep covering it. I'm not trying to. You, member Wood.
Just a reminder that this is the section for learning environment. So adding in the teacher instruction, there is a whole nother section in the competencies on instructional practices. This seems a little out of place.
Okay, thank you, member Carey, I believe. Yes, member Carey.
Yeah, so, Chair, I'd like to ask our council. Yeah, Chair, if it's appropriate, I'd like to ask our council the same question I asked before, which is, I'm concerned that we're asking our teachers to assume full responsibility when they don't really have full power. We have students and parents, and this is something that I supported when it came before the board. They have right of conscience. They can say, I don't want to do this. I don't want to participate. You can't teach me this. I'm concerned that by saying they have full responsibility, that may create legal jeopardy for them when they do not have full power in that setting. And so I would just ask AAG Buse if it's appropriate. In her opinion, does this create a similar legal jeopardy as the last proposal we just went through? With your permission, Chair.
AAG Buse.
I have to be honest with you, I don't really have an answer for you to that. I think that the teacher is still responsible for what happens within the classroom, even though the parent has the ability to exempt their student from participating in certain things. They still have a responsibility to have some control over what's happening in the classroom and making sure students are safe and that there's still a productive learning environment. So.
Okay, member Carey. Yeah. We have a.
Yeah, and just by way of follow-up then, I'm certainly not advocating that they shoulder no responsibility. My concern is that the word says full responsibility when they don't have full autonomy. So I just want to make clear, Chair, that I'm not saying the teacher should be absolved of all responsibility, but it seems unfair and legally perilous to say they carry full responsibility. So I don't know if we have the bandwidth in the motion queue, but if we do, I would like to make the motion to strike the word full.
Okay.
Again, I'm not sure if we have the
let's see,
bandwidth
where are
for
we?
it.
Amending the amendment. We've exhausted our. Okay, so we are on. Well. No, we got one more. I think we can go 3. The motion. Let's see. We're on member Earl's substitute, and then member Klein's amendment. Oh, I'm sorry. We defeated the substitute. Amendment. Yeah, we got one more. Yeah, I think we got 2. We got room.
No, we don't.
Wait, what?
There's an amendment to the amendment already. We're done.
Okay.
So vote on this and then.
The amendment to the amendment. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I thought when we killed this, yours is this one and that's that one. All right. Whew. Okay. I'll just remind us we are only 5 hours behind. That's not an overstatement. That's actual calculation. Okay. Let's see. Who do we have? Member Klein speaking to, so we didn't have room for another amendment, but we are speaking to your amendment, I guess, Member Klein. And we wrap this up. Let's take it to a vote. You've spoken. Okay. All right. Let us take this to a vote, and then we'll try to finish off law and licensing and see where we are, folks. We've got a lot to do still. So the motion is to amend the amendment. The board strikes sensitive to multiple experiences from the proposed amendment and insert teacher instruction after takes full responsibility so that it reads, create a learning climate that is positive and where the educator takes full responsibility for teacher instruction and learning conditions within the, you scroll up a little bit there, within the classroom, I think. Who's got controls? We just got to scroll a little bit there. Other way. There we go. Within the classroom. Okay. Please vote. Member Bogus? Member Bogus? Oh, wait. Let's see. Hold on. I got to make sure I understand where I am losing track. Sensitive to multiple experiences. This would amend your amendment?
Yeah,
Is this
it
to amend
amends-
your
it amends
amendment?
my amendment.
Got it. Okay. All right. How are we looking? We need two more. Member Bogus, you with us? Member Bogus, you're muted. If you're trying to speak, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Chair, I abstain. Thank you.
Well, hold on. What?
It became today.
Oh.
We're looking at this one of this page.
Okay, this one we were trying to do today, right? SOEP? Okay. Tomorrow's fine. Yeah, tomorrow's fine. Teacher retention, tomorrow, we can do that tomorrow. That's the master thing.
The reds are today, the purples are
Okay. Yeah, that failed. I'd like to strike.
Okay,
Maybe, but I don't have
Did we
them.
lose the, sorry, Vanessa.
Bogus abstained. Okay. Go ahead.
9 votes no, 5 votes yes, 1 abstention, Member Bogus being the abstention, 5 yes votes for.
You might want to use your mic, Kelsey, for.
Instead of saying it to you and then having you repeat exactly what I just
Yeah.
said.
Okay.
So what we got, that motion failed. There were 5 in favor, 9 against, 1 abstention, the abstention being from Member Bogus. The 5 yes votes being from Member Klein, Member Carey, Member Green, Member Hymas, and one of the vice chairs of whom I cannot see the last name because the text cut off. So, Earl, Vice Chair Earl was the
Yes.
fifth yes.
Okay. All right, so back to Vice Chair Earl's underlying amendment, correct?
Yeah, I just like to make a motion that our amendment that we just strike full.
Okay, so pending on the floor was Vice Chair Earl's amendment to, let's see, is that that's the full text of what would be in CC1, correct? All right, but what was in was CC1, that's up there. Okay.
Yeah, take it in.
So what is up as part of the amendment was create a learning climate that is positive. Hey folks, we can't hear anything. Hold on there. Order in the court. All right. Okay. The motion on the floor is to take out the word full. Your motion to amend, your own motion to amend is to take out the word full. So what we have before us would be amending CC1 to read, create a learning climate that is positive, sensitive to multiple experiences, and where the educator takes responsibility for the learning conditions within the classroom. Let me be clear, that's the underlying motion with Vice Chair Earl's amendment to her underlying motion, taking out the word full. So all we're voting on is whether to take out the word full from the paragraph on the screen. That makes sense? We have not.
Is there any objection?
Okay, no objection? Fair enough. All right, let's move to this then. So what we're now voting on is approving this amendment to the motion. So I just read it. That's on the floor. Do we have any final comments? No lights. Let's vote. Member Bogus? Not hearing Member Bogus.
I abstain.
Okay, Member Bogus abstains. Vice Chair Hart. Did we lose her? Member Lear, I think we're missing Member Bogus too, correct? Oh, we got her? Okay. Oh, that's right. Missing Member Hart and who else? Oh, we got 14, okay. Wow. Well, that's an interesting split. Okay. That motion fails. 3 yeses, 3 abstentions, and 5 noes. The abstentions being Member Straight, Member Bogus, and Member Davis. The no votes being Member Lear, Member Reel, Member Booth, Member Wood, and Member Klein. Change your vote? Okay. Member Klein changes from a, what was she, a no to a yes? Changes from a no to a yes. That still fails with 7 yeses. Did Member Hart or Vice Chair Hart vote? No. Okay. Vice Chair Hart, did you want to vote on this? Vice Chair Hart hadn't. This is to put in CC1 Vice Chair Earl's language as amended. Says.
Oh, yes.
Vice Chair Hart's a yes.
Can I make a request?
Yes.
Sure. Should we just
Since
reopen it?
Member Klein requested that her vote be changed to yes, and Vice Chair Hart indicated that she would vote yes, which would get us to 8 and change the results of the vote, can we reopen the
yeah.
vote and redo
Yep.
it
Please do.
for the record?
All right. Member Norton.
Taking out the word full.
We took that as a friendly
That was the
without
one we did
objection.
before. This was the other part.
So this was to take the entire substitution on CC1 from the original language. So. Okay, nope, that came as a friendly. Vice Chair Lear's nobody likes full carried the day. All right, let's be clear. We're teeing up the vote. I will read it and then we'll re-vote, right? So the motion is from Vice Chair Earl, amend CC1 to read, change from what is in the backup to create a learning climate that is positive, sensitive to multiple experiences, and where the educator takes responsibility for the learning conditions within the classroom. Yes.
Can we speak to this, or is that small?
Yeah. No, well, I think we reopened the vote. Like, go ahead. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with the sentiment of the language, but again, for the same reasons that this was passed by this board in January, the Lawn Licensing Committee looked at this. We have obligated our partners to the language that was originally presented. There is a fundamental unfairness to ask them to do something for 6 months. It's June, yes, 6 months, and then say, surprise, right, let's do something else. We wouldn't appreciate that. We don't appreciate it when the legislature does that to us. I don't think there's a fundamental fairness issue here. So even though I support this language, it is outweighed by the fact that we have had 2 bites at this apple. This is the 3rd bite, and we are pivoting in a way that I believe is dramatically unfair to our education partners. So I cannot support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Earl. And let's see, well, let me get the order right. I think Vice Chair Earl was on, but then we got Klein, Lear, and Straight.
Yeah, and if this really ends up, we had a couple other motions that came out of lawn licensing. This is the one motion I want to move. It's narrower, not narrower. When you're talking about multiple experiences, I think it leaves that broad enough. I think the actual motion itself is narrow. It's into trauma-informed care. It's into restorative practices. There's many of those that are right now being relooked at. The research is changing in those fields, and we're going to be behind in another year. Yeah, we're gonna put something in, but I think the research in those fields is shifting dramatically, and it's changing. And this allows that to still take place, but it allows that broader narrative. And as things change, we're not so tied into specific practices that we've now committed our higher ed to be committed to those same practices as this field changes, and it will. These are areas where it's making significant movement, and the research around trauma-informed care is shifting in a variety of areas. So I think we're actually behind on where we should be headed in this. So I would leave it more open. It isn't that dramatic of a change, but it allows us to stay current on practices as they move, instead of being into maybe trends over the course of 5 years or something, and then it moves to some other language. It's not as narrow restrictive.
Okay, Member Klein.
Thank you. I'm looking, I had not pulled up the original when we were doing that vote. I was just going off of what I was seeing up here and looking at the original. This is way better. And so I will be voting for this, even though I have concerns about sensitive to multiple experiences. I have, and I hope that, we can move away from that phrase soon, but to not vote for this means we are voting to keep in the trauma-informed practices and the restorative practices, which are very problematic. These are the leniency policies that I spoke about in Monday's board meeting that created so many behavior problems. The trauma-informed practices are happening because we are creating the problems that lead to kids being traumatized in school through these leniency policies. So it's kind of this vicious cycle. We create policies that create problems, and then we bring in other programs to solve the problems that the first created, and it's just a vicious cycle. So I will vote for this and hope that we can continue to move in a more positive direction with programs that actually help instead of just pretend to help.
Okay, thank you, Member Lear, Member Straight, and Member Davis. Excuse me, Lear, Straight, Hart, and Davis.
And I would say that restorative practices are still very much in Utah law. So we can get rid of them in our competencies, but they're still in there, even though they need tweaking. But my more important concern that no one's addressed is and I'm glad it doesn't say full responsibility, but if it said the educator takes responsibility for her instruction or her instructional practices or something like that, but nobody's addressed the issue that I raised earlier for the learning conditions. A teacher has no control over how many special ed students are in her class, how many ELL students are in her class, how big her classroom is, whether it has windows, whether it's a portable classroom that is very claustrophobic for some students, whether there are 50 students in the classroom or 25, whether it's a split level or split classroom of fourth graders and fifth graders. Those are things that the teacher has no control over. So telling her she has to take responsibility for the learning conditions is just a flat out impossibility. I wish in some cases she could, but nobody has responded to takes responsibility for the learning conditions. Are those not learning conditions? How many textbooks does she have compared to the number of students? How old are they? Does she use phones? Does she not? What's their school policies on those things? I could go on for 25 things that are policies that teachers have no control over, conditions.
All right, thank you, Member Straight and Member Hart, or Vice Chair Hart.
You keep skipping over. And we know it. We call, teacher efficacy. We've got a couple of different names for it. The climate that a teacher sets in a classroom, regardless of conditions, and I really take exception to how many special ed students, how many EL students, classroom conditions are set regardless of who's in there and what they have. And to think that an administrator is going to hold a teacher responsible for things that cannot be controlled by the teacher is really selling our administrators short. But a teacher can set up a positive classroom regardless of those things, and they can be expected to set up a positive classroom with high expectations. The reason I like this is because of that right there. And when you go into a classroom, and this, you can go back 100 years, if that classroom is positive with high expectations and a teacher that has that climate set up, it doesn't matter what their materials are, they're still going to do a good job. They're going to do a great job. So I like how this switches to a positive environment. I also like that it sets a high bar for teachers. I don't want teachers saying, well, I can't do because. I want teachers that say, I can do this and these are the resources I need. And to me, this is in the classroom environment section. This is not in any other section. And I don't think we should ever compromise on the environment that a teacher sets up.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. Member Straight and Member Davis. No, yes.
Yes, I do have a concern with one thing that was stated. It was stated that students are traumatized in school. My experience in most circumstances is children come to school traumatized from the outside. And, every issue, every challenge in society, they bring that within the school, and then in school we do everything we can to help them be successful and reach their full potential. I like what's here. Teachers need tools and teachers need training, and of course this is about training at the university level to prepare teachers to set the stage for a classroom that is engaging, that is friendly, that is productive in academics, all those things that make for a productive classroom. The concern I have is, we talked about how this is more broad and the other is more narrow, but there was also the statement that the trauma-informed practices, that they can still remain under this. I'm concerned about replacing and taking that language completely out, because everything is changing. Change is constant, but that won't matter based on what we have, unless we're trying to completely remove that. If our intent is to completely remove that, we have lots of ACE kids, and I shouldn't use acronyms, who have things that have happened in their life that are very challenging, and we need to help them. We also have students who have behavior issues. We need ways to deal with that so that they can be successful and overcome that. Anyway, so my motion is, let's keep this and let's add the language that we're talking about removing, trauma-informed services and what? And what? Yeah. So help me here.
Is this a motion, Member Straight? Let's see.
Yeah,
Let's
but I'm
get
getting
back to where
I'm
we are
getting
here.
lots of voices around me, so I'm going to let. Are you next?
Go ahead and make your amendment.
Well, I'm not
We're in
sure what
order
it is.
now, right? We turned one away. Okay, but let's hear this, and then we'll turn to. Let's just get straight. Not everything is on there.
I would like to maintain what's already.
We voted something down.
Here.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
gonna-
tell me what we did. Yes. Do it.
Again, microphone.
You got it.
Love talking with the mic. It's great. Vice Chair Earls motioned to amend draft 2. We voted. There was some confusion amongst board members about what we were voting on and wanting to change votes, and it was very close vote. So we agreed to redo the voting. That's what's currently on the screen. We opened the voting to redo it, and then we proceeded with debate. So
We're back to the motion. That language
Yes.
right there.
So that's the motion that's on the
You
table
can't
that we
blame
were
me for
going to
being
redo the
confused
voting
then.
for.
All right.
So we have to have that vote first.
Yes. So it is up for the vote. We reopened debate on the vote. Is there any final discussion? Well, hold on. We were still holding debate. I didn't think we reopened the vote. Yeah, hold up. We still had a couple lights. We're trying to, but this is before this. We are teeing this up for a vote. So final discussion to this motion, if any. Okay, maybe we are ready to vote. Oh, Member Bogus. I'm sorry, Member Bogus. I think she passed. Member Bogus, yeah.
Yes, sir. So I would just offer that I think this has gone down kind of a crazy path that maybe it wasn't intended, but some statements were made that I fundamentally disagree with, because I believe that when we have behaviors in school that are causing evacuations of classrooms 2, 3, 4 times a day, that is traumatizing to students. When we're having lockdown drills in case of a shooter, that is traumatizing to students. And so, while I may not be on an extreme end the other direction, I also think it's not fair of us to not acknowledge that these things do traumatize kids. And as a board, we need to cogitate on that and remember it as we make our decisions. So thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think we are set to vote then. So the motion up is the language on the board: create a learning climate that's positive, sensitive to multiple experiences, and where the educator takes responsibility for the learning conditions within the classroom. Member Bogus.
Yes.
Member Bogus is a yes. And we are missing one. I'm not sure who we're missing. Oh, there we go. Okay. That motion fails. 7-7 split with one abstention. The yes votes being Member Bogus, Member Green, Member Klein, Member Chair Moss, Member Hymas, Vice Chair Earl, and Vice Chair Hart. All right. That brings us back to, let's see, we've exhausted Vice Chair Earl's CC1. We've exhausted, yes. But we are back to the underlying motion, which is draft 2. And I think we have exhausted our capacity for debate, so let us vote. The underlying motion then is draft 2. Let me just, let's check. Did we end up with any amendments?
No, we did
I didn't think so. Okay, so as unamended, it was, yes, as unamended, draft 2 that originally came out of committee is on the floor. Please vote. Aye. Member Bogus. Member Bogus, are you with us? We're voting on.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. We're voting on draft 2 that came out of committee without any amendment. The amendments failed.
No.
Member Bogus is a no. That passes 11-4. The no votes being Member Bogus, Member Klein, Member Green, and Vice Chair Earl. Okay, I think that handles that one. Do we want to go finish this section of law and licensing before dinner? We had a late lunch, so should we see if we can get through this one? Okay, back to Chair Hymas.
Thank you, Chair Moss. We are on agenda item 6.3, R277-304, teacher preparation programs. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-304, teacher preparation programs, draft 1 on second and final reading. And if I could, and Dr. Hyde, I'll ask you to correct me if I'm wrong. This just incorporates the competencies into the rule. That's all this does. This should be a quick one.
Okay.
Should I say
Any
that
discussion of the motion? I am not seeing any. Please, oh, Member Klein.
Sorry, trying to get to my place on this. I have a motion to strike lines 34 through 40 and 34 through 40 and 45. Okay, wait, no, let's see. Strike lines 34 through 40, 244 through 252. And that's my first one. So that's dealing with the CEC, the alignment with the international standards. Having researched their website, they have all kinds of DEI statements and initiatives like that. It's what they are. And so to incorporate those into our rule would be, I believe, in violation of the laws that have passed, because they're all based on, in fact, encouraging, the ideological and race-based kind of, I have to find I have all kinds of screenshots from their website. It's easy to go to and find it in a couple clicks. There we go.
Yes. Is there any discussion to this amendment? Is there a second? Okay, no second. So do you have another motion?
Okay.
Or we're ready to...
So it doesn't matter that we're out of, that this is incorporating something that is against state code?
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes.
So I can't always see what's on your screen. Can you please tell me what,
the motion...
there's 3 documents in this agenda item. I just need to look at it, please.
It's the rule draft 1, R277304, teacher preparation programs. Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277340, teacher preparation programs, draft 1. I don't know if it's as amended. I'm looking for the, on second and final reading. So that's the motion before the board, and we have a comment. Is someone, okay, would Board Member Norton?
So we have a motion and a second.
There is no need to second. This is the original motion.
Okay, I would like to have somebody from staff, special education, to come and maybe talk to us about the importance of this. If they are, if
There
there's
is not, it didn't move forward. There was no second. So the original motion is
that's what I
on.
was asking. Okay.
Yeah, the original motion is before us. Okay, we're ready to vote?
Okay, wait.
Who has, board member, is that board member Bogus? You have a motion?
Yes, I have some concerns, and it took me a while to get there, but I have some concerns that as we've defined this, that we would be in violation of what has been known as HB 261, in particularly lines 46, 47, 48, and 50.
Can I?
So I guess with that, for the purposes of discussion and debate, I would move that we strike lines 46, 47, 48, and 50.
Before that, I think we need to maybe, is there someone that can maybe speak to that? I guess maybe a second. Is there a second to that? Yeah, it's 45, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 45 through 40 or 52?
No, ma'am, I don't know that that's all encompassing, but I do believe we have conflict with 46, 47, 48, and 50.
Okay, so we're
And
looking
so
at,
my motion to strike those.
okay, so the motion would be to diverse student populations means unique student groups as identified by A, gender, B, race, C, ethnicity, and D, disability, E, sexual orientation. Is that accurate?
No, ma'am.
No, it's not. Okay, go ahead. Oh, you're not wanting to strike 6, just gender, race, ethnicity, disability, sexual orientation.
No, ma'am.
Oh, well, okay, sorry. Try me again.
I would move to strike lines 46, 47, 48, and 50
Okay,
in order to be in compliance with HB 261.
okay, is there a second to that motion? There's a second to the motion, and can Steph maybe speak to what that is referring to so that we're fully aware of what, how is that used in the rule too, I guess is the other question, right? Did you find it anywhere in there? Yes.
Yeah. Looks like the definition is used on lines 135 and 142.
Okay.
And this would be striking those from that definition.
So if you go down to 135 and 142, that would be the impact.
Also on, so 135 and 290.
Okay, so 135. This section is, if I'm looking up, I'm going up. Yeah. Oh, so go. Are you sure? I've been striking out all day, so. Yes. Well, I guess the question is whether it divides out those specific groups and what purpose, yeah.
Procedurally. So are there,
Point of order.
Yes.
Ma'am, all I hear is mumbling.
Well,
I don't know if somebody.
I think you might be accurate in that. People are looking at where it's applicable in the law, and then who's reviewing it? Is someone reviewing it?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so you're accurate. What's happening is correct. Adapting learning environments So I mean, I can see this for gender. Because we have individual groups. Yeah, those I have a problem with, but gender I don't, because I think there are classes that, yeah. Okay, do we? Wait, that's not this diverse student. Does it say diverse student population there? Yeah. I don't. We can postpone till tomorrow. But we can't send it back. It's got to be approved today, tomorrow. So the, okay, so let's, okay, we're gonna, I think, I'm gonna, as running this right now, yeah, do you want to make a postpone until tomorrow? Can you turn the light on, Klein? Yeah. Can, okay, go ahead. Who's speaking? Angie Stallings?
Yeah, so AG Buse and I were reviewing the defined term for prohibited discriminatory practice in HB 261, and we think that there could be an argument made that it does violate HB 261. We aren't prepared to say it definitively
so we're gonna,
does, but that
we're going to postpone till tomorrow so we can have that further analysis. So you're not put on the spot right now to make that. So, and there's a point of information.
Yeah, Vice Chair Earl, will the staff analysis also include specifically a review of lines 290 and 291? And if not, I would ask that they be directed to specifically consider.
Can you look at the rule where these provisions are listed, wherever they're at in the rule? That would be the request, and make sure there's a corresponds.
Thank you.
Yep. A point of information. Board Member Lair has a point of information.
And could you also suggest alternative language that would address the same concerns or similar concerns? If there's alternative language that satisfies 261, weird as it is.
Do you want to make a motion to postpone until tomorrow?
Well, while they're looking at it, can I make another request that staff also look into the CEC and if their standards that we are incorporating also align, because there's so much on their website that is highly questionable. Their whole intent is to push these ideologies that are in violation of HB 261.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
We postpone till next month?
No. Do you want to? You guys want to make a motion? Make a motion postpone until tomorrow.
Would you call me?
Yeah. Board Member Hart?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to postpone this until tomorrow. I need a second.
Okay.
Second from Hymus.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Did we have a second? Okay, is that? Okay, any other comments?
I do. Vice Chair.
Okay, oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if the motion is to postpone this to tomorrow, my concern is that it was my understanding, I might have misunderstood, but I thought council just told us they couldn't have
for the addition.
So what are we?
They're looking at the provisions in relationship to 261. Board Member Klein asked to also analyze the standards for CSE and yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
So the question we're asking, and the reason why the delay then would be to get some clarification on 261 and whether this aligns with it. Am I accurate in saying that? Okay. Yeah. For diverse populations. So okay, and we're going to go ahead and take. Do I have Board Member Klein? I have a light on.
Sorry, I don't know if you have those line numbers. You could find them from the CEC in there, 34 through 40 and 244 through 252.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and vote on this item. So, okay, the voting's open. This is on postponing until tomorrow afternoon, this item. So we get some further clarification. Oh, Member Bogus, what is your vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. That's 11 votes. Do I have anyone else that thinks they want to weigh in right now? 12 votes. 13. Going. Gone. Okay. Board Member Klein, do you want to vote on this for postponing or not? Okay, that's 14 in favor, and we're missing Board Member Rill. So it passes unanimously. We'll be picking this up tomorrow afternoon, and we're going to move to the next agenda item. And what are we on?
I got it.
You got it. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair Earl. The next agenda item is 6.4, request for legislative action under SB 57 regarding U.S. Department of Education Title IX regulations in light of Utah HB 257. The motion that came out of committee is three-part. It says the committee recommends that the board, 1, direct staff to identify where state law is out of compliance with federal law in light of new Title IX regulations. 2, request that the legislature consider the application of 2024 SB 57 to the Title IX regulations. And 3, refer the issue to the audit committee to consider prioritizing and audit evaluating USBE's costs as an agency by itemizing the total USBE compliance costs associated with each particular federal law, order, and regulation, using data for 2022, 2023, and insofar as practical, 2024, with findings supplied to all board members upon completion. You gonna reread that?
I'm going to do that. Give me just a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay, so the motion came out is that the board requests that the legislature consider the application, is it on the board? Yeah, 2024 Senate Bill 57 to the Title IX regulations, that the board directs staff to identify where state law is out of compliance with federal law in light of the new Title IX regulations. Request that the legislature consider the application of, oh, I didn't read that, but 2024 Senate Bill 57 to the Title IX regulations, refer the issue to the audit committee to consider prioritizing an audit evaluation USB's cost as an agency by itemizing the total USBE USBE compliance cost associated with each particular federal law, order, and regulation, using data for 2022, 2023, and insofar as practical 2024, with findings supplied to all board members upon completion. Board Member Davis. Do you want to turn?
Would it,
orders?
I'm just asking, Chair, if it would be friendly to the body to, on number 2, add at the end, including potential indemnification if needed. If it's going to be a big debate, I'm just going to pull it off and forget it. But if people can agree that that should be part of their conversation, similar as to what it was the last time we had this topic come up.
Well, I'm looking at the body, and they don't look friendly. So,
is there anyone that objects?
I'm kidding. They're a little angry.
But I mean, if you but are you okay if we add this into this? Just so they consider it with the whole, like they did the last time.
Okay, I'm waiting
I
for
hear
Joe
no
Carey. Joe Carey's
objection.
got his mouth open. Oh, okay. So
Can we just add that without voting then, since no one
well,
objected?
I can put it before the body. We'll see if there's the recommendation is to add it, including potential indemnification, and that, is there anyone that is in opposition to that? Is that you, or is that? Are there any objections?
Do we need to say LEA indemnification, or is that understood?
I don't know.
I mean, I think it's understood.
Okay. Okay, there was no, that passed unanimously because there was no speaking against it. Board Member Carol Lear, that's right. Not Moss.
Anna Grumman.
Well, I almost said Moss.
I will say again what I said in the committee. If you actually read SB 57, the first, after the definitions, the first provision is, the legislature may, by concurrent resolution, prohibit a government officer from enforcing or assisting in the enforcement of a federal directive, and it goes on and on and on within the state. But it says, may by concurrent resolution. We are so putting the cart before the horse. This is not minimal investigation or research. This is extensive research. And understanding Title IX in and of itself is extensively difficult and complicated. So why in the Sam Hill would we ever have our staff spend time on this before we even have the sense of a joint resolution from the legislature? And
because, well, I don't know if I can answer that.
People are anticipating
It has to do with August 1st. It has to do with a lot of things.
It
So,
may, but we don't have that yet. And if the legislature makes it impossible for us to do that, why are we helping them do this nasty job? I just think that is really irresponsible of us in terms of directing our staff time. This isn't simple research. Have any of you read the new sexual harassment regs? Do you know? Well, but the point is still, they're really, really complicated.
do you want to?
Okay.
Yep.
I've said my piece.
Do you have
will vote-
anything else to?
I will vote against it again because
Got
I
it.
think it's an unfair responsibility assignment for our staff until we have what actually starts SB 57.
Okay. Chair Moss, did you want to speak to this?
Just to, I think, confirm that the legislature is interested in our take on this. So the other part that you're going to is the proverbial cart, I guess, the horse.
Do you want to put your, and get called on?
I'm just speaking to the legislative part. They welcome our request or invitation for them to look at it. The question is, do we have our staff?
Okay.
Well,
It's
they're
Chair
ready
Moss is
for it.
speaking, so.
Legislature's ready for our request or invitation for them to look at it. That would bring them into the loop on doing research, which I presume they would discuss and share with us as we do our own investigations, my understanding. But they're ready to take a crack at it if we ask them to.
Okay. Any other comments? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I have an amendment to the motion,
Okay.
and specifically on number 3, which was previously submitted. And my motion would be to amend Part 3 of the pending motion to allocate $50,000 from board discretionary funds to retain an independent auditor to conduct an audit with findings approved to the board, specifically determine all federal funds received by USBE for 2022, 2023, and 2024, and evaluate USBE's costs as an agency by itemizing the total USBE compliance costs associated with each particular federal law, order, and regulation, using data for 2022, 2023, and insofar as practical, 2024. And then, Ben, I think that where it says evaluate USBE's costs, I believe that should say direct and indirect costs as an agency. Thank you. And then I'd like to speak to the motion.
Is there a second?
Well, second.
There's a
Oh,
second?
yes.
Okay. Let me just clarify. So what you're really adding, I just want to make sure I understand, is the money associated with an independent auditor. Is there anything other that's changed on the bottom? Or you were just reading it out?
I was just reading. I
Okay.
believe that's the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to see clarity on. Okay, anybody want to speak to this? Did you want to speak to it? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so when this matter came up before law and licensing, at that time, it was proposed, and I thought it was a good idea, let's send this to our internal audit team. It came out during that discussion that given the current workload of our audit committee, this requested audit could take up to 3 years to get those results in. This matter is coming up August 1st if no injunction is put in place by the court. So I think it's one of timing, and two, I just think it's completely unfair to our audit team to say, look at this in its entirety, whether it takes 3 years or 3 months, it just seems unfair. When that number came up, when the 3-year number came up, I reached out to Deputy Superintendent Jones and I said, do we have the capacity to do this? And he assured me that if they were directed to, they would certainly find a way. And then I asked, well, I know that the board has a discretionary fund. And I want to thank Deputy Jones. He really walked me through, yes, there's a discretionary fund, but some of those monies are allocated to specific things. And just because it's discretionary doesn't mean you can do anything with it. But he reassured me, and I would ask the chair if I can direct this to Deputy Jones. Does this discretionary fund, and it's my understanding the discretionary fund currently has over $1 million in it, is there sufficient discretionary funds that would cover this particular request for $50,000 to hire this independent auditor? Chair, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you.
Take it back. Was that to
Deputy Jones?
Deputy Jones?
Was there a question you asked?
Okay.
Yeah, we have
Chair
to-
Moss, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, the answer to Board Member Carey's question is yes. There are sufficient funds. In fact, I recommend that the funds come out of the state allocation portion of your discretionary fund account. Does that help answer Board Member Carey's question, sir?
It does. May I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, that would be fine.
And Deputy Jones, why in particular are you recommending that these funds come out of the state portion or the state-provided discretionary funds?
Chair Moss? if I
Yes,
may?
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, no,
Chair,
good.
Chair Earl. Because my understanding is because we're asking for an external audit, that would fall into the services category. So it's not the right fit for something like federal mineral lease, which is more for research and development. State funds are unrestricted in that sense, and so I feel that that's a better fit. There's about $121,000 left in the state fund portion of your overall discretionary account. Board Member Carey's right, overall there's $1 million, but this seems more appropriate and allowable for using the state funds out of that account. Does that help answer Board Member Carey's question, ma'am? About 121,000, so 50,000 would be easily covered by that. Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Yes, it
Okay.
does answer his question. He has continue.
Yeah, and then just finally, just for the board's consideration, it's my understanding, again, loosely, that USBE, and I want to reiterate, this audit would just be on those federal funds that we receive, that USBE receives. This is not going to LEAs and saying, what are you receiving? What are you doing with the funds? But rather, it's how much money we receive and the costs that we incur to comply with in spending those funds and using those monies. It's my understanding that in this year and last year, we receive approximately $600 million in federal money. And it's my understanding that the biggest chunk of that block is about $400 million for the child nutrition program. So I don't think this is very convoluted in that there's thousands of programs, right? I mean, if 400 million is CNP and we're getting 600 million, it's really looking at this 200 million allocation and saying, what does it cost for us to comply? And the reason I think this is important is that we should know how much it's costing us, and are we really receiving a benefit in terms of federal money when we accept these funds? And I want to make clear that it's not that it's questioning the efficacy of these programs, but rather is there a more effective way in meeting the needs than receiving these federal funds? Thank you, Vice Chair Earl.
You're welcome. Board Member Lehrer, is she next?
I first have a question on Member Carey's, and then I also have a motion.
Ask your question.
When you say just the money coming into USBE, even though most of the money, the federal money that comes into USBE, we're a flow through. And so you want, even though it like special ed money flows through, CTE money flows through, and you want that money, and so I would take issue with your numbers about what percentage of that is CNP, because I think special ed is a lot, CTE is a lot. There probably are a couple of others I'm missing, but you would include that money, even though it flows through directly to LEAs, right?
Go ahead, and if you'd like to answer that.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead.
And then the response through the chair would be yes. If we're receiving federal funds, I would just like to know how much and what is our direct and indirect costs associated with that program, limited to our direct and indirect costs. I'm not looking for the LEAs to do it on their end, but rather what does it cost us as a body, as an institution, to push those funds on?
Because you said, and can I just follow up? I just
Yes.
want to be clear. So because you said it was for the last 2 or 3 years, 4 years? What were the years on it? So
2.5,
that would
3.
include ESSER money, I'm assuming,
Yes.
and any of those related acronyms, right? Like GEAR, ESSER.
Ames.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that money is coming from the federal government.
To us. Okay.
Thank
And
you.
I more want to ask a question to the body, and then, because I won't torture you with an amendment if there's no interest. I'm concerned, as I've said a couple of times, about the research that is being asked of the AEGs, and we're taking $50,000 for the audit part of this. Would you support taking another $50,000 to pay a part-time attorney to work with our staff and do this research?
Are you talking the research for number one?
The research for the sexual harassment,
The sexual
applicability
harassment?
to
Title
SB, right.
Yeah.
Applicability to SB 57. Is that something that the board would support? So I'll make
Lean
if
on
you're
your
gonna
left
divide it
cheek
and
if you think
we're
you
going to
might
argue about it. I'm not going to do it. I just feel like that also insulates them.
Someone do the outside research.
Harkening back to sensitive materials, that gives them some insulation if a more independent attorney is doing that work and research. Would that help you, Ashley? Or Michelle? I just feel like it's a really heavy lift.
Tonight? You want to fund them tonight?
Yeah. No, I just feel I developed materials for this. And it took us hundreds of hours. So I know what we're asking of the staff better than I think some of you do. And so I think giving them a contract attorney to help them would make me feel a lot better. So
I guess can I just ask a clarifying question? If we did that, when would that go out to get that attorney in? Do you know what I mean? Would it take
I think
till
it's no
August?
harder than getting an auditor.
Yeah, but it's different. There's a different time frame between 1 and 3. That's why. There's a completely different time frame. The one would be, I would want more information before August 1st versus putting a contract out, getting a relationship, right? So is it something that can be quickly done? And maybe that's more to...
It's maybe a sole, probably a sole source kind of a.
Okay, yes, Chair.
So we're, if I can just ask, we have this part of the motion here that's focusing on the third part of the motion that came out of committee. Member Lear's recommendation is for the first part. I'm wondering if we could please finish this third part and then.
Vote on the. Let's vote. Yes.
I was just trying
Go
to
ahead.
find the amount.
And I see what you're saying. I want to comment on this third part, and then I'd love to.
Okay. Do you want to comment on the third part then?
Yeah, if I could. They're like I really appreciate what Vice Chair Carey is trying to do here. My question is, I love the idea of having an outside organization look. I think this is a long time overdue, quite frankly. I'm wondering, and I could ask staff if 50,000 is enough. We don't want to sit on this. I just want to make sure that we don't have to bring this back, that they can just go and do their work and bring us the results. So I guess that's the question, is 50,000 enough? And he's deep in that computer, and I don't know if.
We're wondering about the audit, whether 50,000, we think that's going to be enough, but I know they have some, you guys already can provide information
Correct.
for them, right?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I would say yes, that 50,000 is enough. If for some reason it's not, the threshold for a services type thing is 175,000. So we should be able to get those services to meet the intent and the scope of what Board Member Carey's saying with 50,000. If for some reason no or whatever, I would just come back to the board and say we need a little bit more. So
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Board Member Davis, if we can click on. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how these dovetail, because it seems like the top request is asking for what the costs are going to be to come into compliance with all the new Title IX regulations, and then at the bottom it's a request to find out what the compliance are for all federal regulations, and one seems to fit also within the other, so I'm not sure how. Do we still need to? You're looking at me with strange face.
I don't think the top is covered.
I know, but are we paying double for the same thing? We're paying
Top is not cost, I don't think.
It says to see the costs associated to come into compliance on both.
With Title IX, not
It says
what it
both,
has
on
cost
both.
us. Right. Yeah. Go ahead. You're on.
To Board Member Davis, it's my understanding that, and maybe Deputy Jones, I'm sure he will correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that Title IX, we don't receive any funds related to Title IX. So we're not looking at the compliance costs for Title IX because we're not receiving any federal funding for that.
So
Madam Chair,
I thought
that's
it
correct.
said that in the motion. It said to calculate the requirements to come into compliance and the cost. Did I read that wrong in the motion for the Title IX one?
Yeah, but that would be trainings. There's a lot of things associated with that are not what we're getting money for from the federal government.
Right.
I get that, but there's still costs associated. Okay, so let's keep that. That's fine. If you all want to keep
My
it separate.
apologies. You know what? The top does say just where we direct staff to identify where state law is out of compliance with federal law in light of the new Title IX regulations. It isn't into the cost. It isn't into that at all. Yeah, but we're talking about the
Okay, my
3. Are
second
you
question
talking
is-
about 3?
Now on number 3 is,
The amendment.
in order to get an overall picture,
That's the bottom.
are these the years
know.
that would give us the overall picture when we had so many ESSER funds creating an anomaly? Can we, is it going to skew kind of, what are we using the information for? To look at the ROI on accepting federal funds, depending on the costs? Yeah. Yep.
I think that's a big part of it, is just to see, there's certainly a benefit. And
agreed.
No one is arguing that, including myself. Well, I shouldn't say no one, but I'm not arguing that. I really just want to see, is this the best way to meet the needs that we have in the state?
Yeah, agree. I just am wondering if these years are going to give us the information we need because of these weird anomaly years. That's my only concern. But I'll support the motion. I'm just not sure with the years.
Just to address that, because this is itemized, I don't think there will be that skewing that takes place, because we'll be able to look and say, hey, this is COVID funding, and it's not reoccurring, it's not ongoing. But that was looked at, and I thought, okay, if it is itemized, that threat, at least to me, is not there.
Okay. Yeah, Board Member Hart, Vice Chair Hart.
How much of this chair, if you wouldn't mind, through you, Deputy Jones, how much of this data do we already have?
Madam Chair, we have all the data related to the administrative costs of administering these funds, right? What we don't have, though, is all of the, well, we do have this data too on what the requirements are for those programs, such as reporting, you know, the amount of money, time it takes to monitor those programs. All those types of things are out there, that data is out there, but the time it would take staff internally to gather all that into a report would be astronomical, which is why I would recommend that the board approve Board Member Carey's motion for that use to hire a third party to help us. I mean, we're still going to have to help them, right? But the time it will take to gather that for all of the federal programs is going to take time. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, and then to report it, right, to put it together. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Chair Moss.
I'll just speak in support. I've just had a couple of discussions with board members and staff about something that came out in finance, which is one of our staff members, and their extreme diligence and effort to comply with the maintenance of equity rule that has been around for about a year. And I think quite appropriately, thanked him for doing that. And I also sat there going, what else could he have been doing if he wasn't spending time complying with this rule? This one in particular is on my brain just because it's new. It came out with ESSER. It wasn't really tied to ESSER or anything else. It just said, you know, the bottom quartile of your schools, wherever you are, whether it's Park City or Tooele, the basic rule is you can't do anything in terms of staffing or funding at that quartile of schools unless you do the same to the top, unless you point out an exemption, which is where our staff member comes in and helps you figure all that out. I'd like to know, you know, to me, we've talked about this a lot, but I would like to know the cost of these strings. We talked about it quite a bit. That's one that's right there. I'd like to understand it so that we can address it. And so I support taking it outside and letting us do it quickly.
Okay. Board Member Klein.
I would just speak in favor of this. This is something information that I've wanted gathered for a long time. So thank you for putting it together in a motion. I think it's super important if we want to understand where we're at and how we move forward and how free we truly are or not to see this information and have it all laid out in front of us so that we can make good decisions. Right now, I don't think we have any clue. Obviously, we don't have a clue how deep in we are on these things and the amount of it's costing us in time and regulatory oversight.
Okay, I don't know who's driving it. Could you please change this bottom to 2 to a 3 so that it correlates with the motion? Okay, I'm just saying when people are looking at this, they're going to be reading part 3. Where's the part 3? There we go. Can you just, will you do that so that at least people can see what we're talking about if they're looking at it and they're not confused? Okay, so the motion before the board, the amendment is that the board amend part 3 of the motion to read as follows. Allocate $50,000 from board discretionary funds to retain an independent auditor to conduct an audit with findings provided to the board. 2. Is it for both of those? Oh, okay. To determine all federal funds received by USB for 2022, 2023, and 2024, and evaluate USB's direct and indirect costs as an agency by itemizing the total USB compliance cost associated with each particular federal law, order, and regulation using data for 2022, 2023, and in so far as practical, 2024. Go ahead and vote. Okay, Board Member Bagas?
Yes.
Okay, and so we're going to close that. Board Member Booth is absent right now, and that's unanimous. Okay, the motion before the board, did you want now if you're going to make it? Otherwise, I'm going to keep moving. No.
Which now I can't read that from, but I'll just articulate the gist of it. So I'd like to move that we also designate $50,000, and I'm thinking that's safe, Scott, from the same source to hire a contract attorney, researcher who can help our AAGs, work with our AAGs to be the primary individual that researches the Title IX sexual harassment issues as identified in item number 1.
So it'd be the new Title IX regulations, or you want it specific to sexual issues?
No, I want it. They're kind of interchangeable. Sexual
there's
harassment
part of it that's
is
in there, the
Title
investigative part of it and stuff, yes,
Right.
and other pieces.
But what we're talking, the new regulations have to do with sexual harassment. So yes, I am blending the two. But I want to know how those new, I think what the idea was, how much the compliance is. I can't read that from here, so.
It says Board Member Lear's motion is.
Yeah, number 1. Just
Okay,
read me number 1.
Yeah. Okay,
Direct
so
staff to identify where
state law is out of
compliance with Title IX, with the new title, and I'm assuming you mean the newest under President Biden regulations, not the previous new ones under Trump. So I would like to, let me try again, move that we allocate $50,000 from the same source to back up again to number 1, to direct staff, to help staff identify where state law is out of compliance, if it is, to determine if it is out of compliance, let's be clear, with federal law in light of the new Title IX regulations. To assist our AGs.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a second by Board Member Carey. The motion before the board is that the board allocate, let's just make sure this is right. Is this what you want? Allocate an additional $50,000 for a contract attorney to assist our AAGs to evaluate if state law is out of compliance with federal law in light of the new Title IX regulations.
Yes.
Is it if it is or where it is?
Well, I don't think we can assume that it is.
Okay.
Are you, unless you've done a lot of research on that issue and you're sure it is.
I have read a lot of it, so.
And are you sure it's out of compliance? Are the attorney?
Yeah, I am. But we can leave it if. We can leave it
law
if.
degree?
So.
Okay,
That's
they will
right.
tell
I'm
us.
happy to leave it if. I'm just.
Yeah, it is. I do mean if. and of course
I know you
how,
do.
and of course how, and in what ways, not just, yes, it's out of compliance.
Whether and how?
Yeah, whether and how, or however it's best stated, but I think the gist of it is clear that we need to know if it's out of compliance and in what ways it's out of compliance.
Yeah, it doesn't say, it just says if. We could
Well-
just get a letter for $50,000 saying
Yeah.
yes.
Well,
Right?
I think we
Yes,
have
definitely.
to assume good faith by.
I mean, no, definitely it's not out of compliance.
Carol, is that a friendly
So
whether
what are
and
we
how?
doing? How?
If and how, I don't care. I think we need an analysis. What we want is an analysis of if it is
Huh?
out of compliance.
Okay, board member, does that summarize that for you? Well, where is it? We didn't add.
Where it isn't added, where state, it still says where state law is out of compliance with federal law.
If state law,
If
and how. So add and how.
If and how state law is out of compliance with federal law in light of the new Title IX regulations. Yes.
Okay, board member Carey, you have a question or a comment? Okay, point of information, can we turn on a microphone?
I'm going to couch this as a point of information, but it goes back to what Vice Chair Earl said, which this is time sensitive. So do we need to include a provision that whatever lawyer or law firm is hired, that there's a due date associated with this, because the longer it takes, the less relevant, I believe, those findings become. So I'm just putting that out there for consideration of the general body. Yeah, the scope of work needs to define a deadline, in my opinion. Yeah.
Because that's when the regulations go into place. There's no secret information. That's there is, but it's federal regulation. Yeah, so therefore we would want to know if we're out of compliance and how that. So I don't know what the time frame needs to be though. A month?
I would say a month. Well, let's just wait.
Okay. You are not. I've got to have you on microphone if you're going to speak.
I think if we knew by mid-July, that's reasonable.
Okay.
I don't think anybody's going to start, I mean, LEAs are not going to start acting on these till school starts in all likelihood. So even if the regulations become effective, the likelihood that there's any concern about how they're applied or executed wouldn't be taking place until into August.
And I would argue, I think there's already concern and question, confusion about what
then
is.
even
so.
more reason to have some help for our aides.
I would agree with that. So yes, Joe Carey, board member Carey.
So the way I look at it is that if we're taking this step as a condition, I guess a condition predicate to approaching the legislature, we really would need the legal feedback in time to digest it internally and then present it to the legislature, because the way I understand the motion is that we're using this to say, should you enact the provisions of SB 57? So the closer it comes to that August 1st date, and again, I'm assuming that there's no injunction in this, and if there is, then it buys everyone more time. But I do think that whatever deadline we set to get the legal data back has to take into consideration that we need to review it, digest it, and then present it to the legislature so they know what their options are in regards to SB 57.
Sure.
Yeah, Chair Moss.
I think we can do both simultaneously, frankly. The time crunch here, I feel like we need to ask them to act. They've got their attorneys, we've got ours. I think those two can be working together to analyze. We've got two short months, so. Hence your motion, which I think is a good help, but I think they can correlate. Yeah.
Is anybody opposed to putting mid-July into this? Okay, no, I hear no complaints. Can we add just a mid-July see if we can get feedback by then? Okay. All right. The motion before the board, are you still speaking, Chair Moss?
No, sorry.
Okay. The motion before the board is that the board amend the motion to add that the board allocate an additional $50,000 for a contract attorney to assist our AAGs to evaluate if and how state law is out of compliance with federal law in light of the new Title IX regulations with a mid-July deadline. And go ahead, Board Member Klein.
Based on what is discovered, if this passes, do we have a plan going forward as to what to do with that information?
I personally don't think we can do that until we actually have information to do something with. So, and I think it's based on the question. It's the if and how, so that we know exactly what that would look like. So I think once that information comes to the board, then we'd have to engage in that process. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Nope. Okay. So the motion before the board, let's go ahead and vote. It's that the board allocate an additional $50,000 for a contract attorney to assist our AAGs to evaluate if and how state law is out of compliance with federal law in light of the new Title IX regulations with a mid-July deadline. Go ahead and vote.
Yes.
Is that, we have Sarah Real gone? Is there who else has not voted?
That would be me.
Okay.
That was my vote.
Okay, perfect, we've got it. And that's 14-4, and Board Member Real is gone. And, all right, the full motion. The motion is that the board directs staff, this is messy. All right, fine. That the board directs staff to identify where state law is out of compliance with federal law in light of the new Title IX regulations. Request that the legislature consider the application of 2024 Senate Bill 57 to the Title IX regulations, including potential indemnification, if needed. Refer the issue to the audit. Yeah. So what do we didn't strike that though. Just skip it down? Okay. Are we saying that replaces that? Is that what that, because we didn't really take it out. Okay, I'll take it. Okay, that the board amend part 3, is this, okay. Gotcha, I'm a little slow. Part 3 of the motion to read as follows: allocate $50,000 from board discretionary funds to retain an independent auditor to conduct an audit with findings provided to the board to determine all federal funds received by USBE for 2022, 2023, and 2024, and evaluate USBE's direct and indirect cost as an agency by itemizing the total USBE compliance cost associated with each particular federal law, order, and regulation, using data for 2022, 2023, and in so far as practical 2024. That the board allocate an additional $50,000 for a contract attorney to assist our AAGs to evaluate if and how state law is out of compliance with federal law in light of the new Title IX regulations with a mid-July deadline. Do you have that written up? Okay. Okay, ready, steady, goatee. Okay, board member, who's online? Bacchus. Are you? You're yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That passes unanimously, 14, and board member Real is gone. And we are going to go, one more motion, go ahead.
No more motions, but let me just, I just want to give a shout out to our audit committee who had already jumped on this and was willing to do the work. I do think that this motion is much better for not only for getting the work out quicker, but for our audit committee who's already overwhelmed. So I appreciate all that's gone on here, but I do want to give a special thanks to our audit committee and all staff who has been patient with us, quite frankly. And with that, Vice Chair Earl, that concludes our law and licensing report out. Easy peasy.
Amen. Amen. Okay, we are going to go grab dinner. You've got only about 10 minutes and we're going to start in here, so bring your food in. We're going to be eating while we go so we can get through some stuff. We're moving some things to tomorrow. We've had some staff that have needed to leave, so we're going to online. So we're going to do the best we can. A few things might be moved till tomorrow. We're going to try to crank through the rest of it. So, okay.